ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Victoria Police is appealing for demonstrators involved in two separate rallies in Melbourne today to protest peacefully following wild scenes at a state Labor conference yesterday. Yvette Gray reports.
A pro-Palestinian rally organised by Free Palestine Melbourne is getting underway at the State Library, while later this afternoon, political and religious leaders will be joining pro-Israel demonstrators on the steps of State Parliament. Victoria Police says it will have a high police presence at both events to ensure public safety, including members from the Mounted Branch and the Public Order Response Team. There will also be road closures in some parts of the city. It comes after pro-Palestinian protesters stormed into the Victorian Labor Party conference yesterday, which Premier Jacinta Allen has strongly condemned.
A 9-hour rostering model for Victoria Police is being considered as negotiations continue for a new pay deal. The state government has confirmed it's discussing the proposal with Victoria Police and the Police Association, with a mediator assisting with the negotiations. Government Minister Sonia Kilkenny was asked about the matter at a press conference this morning.
The government is working with the Police Association and Victoria Police for a mediation of these matters, and I will leave it for those discussions to take place.
Victoria Police says it continues to negotiate in good faith, while the Police Association declined to comment. The Prime Minister says he's concerned by news members of an army unit who prepare parachutes for training exercises tested positive to illicit drugs just days before a soldier was killed. The ABC has revealed 6 soldiers are facing expulsion after failing comprehensive drug screening in the weeks prior to the death of Lance Corporal Jack Fitzgibbon in a parachuting accident. The soldiers who actually rigged and checked Jack Fitzgibbon's parachute did not test positive to drugs. Anthony Albanese says an investigation is underway which limits what he can say on the matter.
This is of concern. I can't comment on the detail because clearly the ADF's investigations are ongoing, and that's why my thoughts will be with the family and friends of Jack Fitzgibbon.
The Federal Treasurer insists cutting migration would only have a marginal impact on housing availability across the country. Opposition leader Peter Dutton used his budget reply speech during the week to promise to cut Australia's permanent migration intake, along with cuts to international student and skilled workers. He suggested the cuts would free up tens of thousands of homes. Speaking on Insiders, Treasurer Jim Chalmers says reducing migrant numbers would have nowhere near the impact Mr Dutton is suggesting.
None of these other things can be substitutes for building more homes, and that's why that's our focus, one of our main focuses in the budget.
But does cutting migration help?
At the margins at best.
Foreign officials have told Israeli crowds gathered in Tel Aviv that their countries won't abandon the hostages still being held in Gaza. The bodies of 4 hostages killed in Hamas's October 7th attacks have been recovered from Gaza by the Israeli military. Relatives of the remaining captives have reiterated that they want the government to end the war and bring their family members home. The American ambassador to Israel, Jacob J. Lew, says the US won't give up.
To the family members of those held hostage, I say we hear you, we stand with you, we will not stop working until you are reunited with your loved ones.
The Mayor of New Caledonia's capital says the French Pacific Territory is under siege after nearly a week of unrest prompted by changes to voting rights. Sonia Lagarde says the city of Noumea remains far from calm as hundreds of heavily armed French security officers patrol the streets. 6 people have been killed and many others hurt since the riots began. Meanwhile, Foreign Minister Penny Wong has urged Australians to reconsider travelling to New Caledonia and advised citizens stuck there to be cautious. To sport, and Port Adelaide will look to consolidate its spot in the AFL's top 8 when it hosts Hawthorn at Adelaide Oval. Ethan Phillips will play his first game for the Hawks. In today's other games, Essendon takes on North Melbourne and the Demons travel west to play the Eagles. To the weather now. There's a strong wind warning for the Central Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state, mostly cloudy with scattered showers near and south of the ranges, mainly during the afternoon and evening. Isolated showers reaching the northern plains at night. For Melbourne, cloudy. The high chance of showers in the eastern suburbs, grading to a medium chance in the western suburbs during the afternoon and evening, with a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow, showers easing 15, a shower or 2 on Tuesday, also 15. Wednesday, a possible shower and 16. Right now in Melbourne, it's 15 degrees. ABC News.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Week 1 of Sir Doug Nicholls' round has delivered some big wins and some wide margins. At the MCG, Collingwood has stormed into the top 4 for the first time this season, following a 4-point win over Ghana. The drama came in the last 30 seconds as Isaac Rankin tried to steal the show.
Knocking it down, O'Brien, bursting onto it, Rankin, runs away from Crisp, takes a bounce, he'll think about a second, runs a long way, kicks inside 50, he's run too far.
Oh, no.
It's going to come back, I thought he ran a long way.
Might have done a hammy here too, has he?
Well,
Rankin's hammy, I think, has gone ping here, as has Adelaide's season. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The masters of the close finish do it again. Collingwood by 4.
A Lions massacre at the Gabba, a 20-goal thrashing as the Tigers sink to a new low.
It's been an absolute carve-up. The Lions have won by 119 points, their second ever highest winning margin as the Lions. 26-7, 163 to Richmond 6-8-44. The Lions fans at the Gabba will sing to a record-breaking 119-point win, their biggest win over the Tigers, and it was never in doubt from the get-go.
While an inaccurate Wallop is on the way up, a crucial 4 points on the road to stay in touch with the top 8, while the Saints spiral deeper.
Oh, kick-in is horrendous. Gave him no opportunity. Now Tracy, he hooks it round and he makes them pay. Oh, that's bad footy all round.
While an important win for the Western Bulldogs over GWS, are they back in the finals mix at 5 wins and 5 losses?
It's their biggest scalp by far of the campaign. The Dogs take down their old rivals and top 4 aspirants, the Giants, on their own deck. The Bulldogs prevail here by 27 points.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch. Round 10 of the AFL continues today. It's the Bombers in North Melbourne from Docklands. Yartapulti at home. They host the Hawks, while the Eagles and the Demons to close out the weekend's footy. Collingwood best and fairest Josh Dacos is our special guest, and of course we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line for your thoughts and observations from the weekend's footy. Each Sunday we try and make sense of what we've seen and what it means. 3-time premiership player, Geelong premiership captain Cameron Ling is with you once more. Welcome, Lingy.
Good afternoon, Clinchy. Great to be with you. It's been a strange round so far, hasn't it? We've had some big blowouts, some record scores. We've had that close one that we just heard the highlights there with Isaac Rankin running too far. And we've got the Dogs just starting to roll a little bit. I got to give big pump-ups to the Gold Coast Suns. I know they did it against my old mob and knocked off the Cats comfortably by over 10 goals. But the way they played and the way they play in Darwin and their attacking flair, Jack Lukosius was superb right across the ground. Noah Anderson is even better than what I thought he was. And then that was backed up on Friday night, Clinchy, by the Sydney Swans, just reminding everyone, hey, for those who maybe didn't think much of us heading into the season, we're the best team in the competition. Just lock us away, and there's a little slither of daylight just opening up. But there's also a black and white army that's starting to close that daylight down. So well done to the Suns and well done to the Swans with dominant Thursday and Friday night wins.
Yeah, I'm a bit with you. The Sydney show was the one that stole the weekend. And goodness me, we're going to have some fun watching Isaac Heaney and Chad Warner, who all of a sudden is certainly putting his credentials that he might take some Brownlow votes over Isaac Heaney. But yeah, I was caught up in the events of yesterday at the MCG, and Josh Dacos is about to join us. But Collingwood and Adelaide, what is it about these two sides where they played out some thrillers and the Magpies have been on the right side of it? It feels like it's worth replaying some of the big moments, and it was led by Isaac Rankin and finished with Collingwood.
Feels like Collingwood has to score again. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Here's Rankin! Rankin from the stoppage! With a deadly finish in the left forward pocket. Bounces it through. Silent silences the Magpie army and returns Adelaide to the front.
That's where it's coming from, right there with Isaac Rankin.
Past 2 Dacos's.
Yeah, and then just on the left foot, dribbles it along the ground from the boundary. Just outstanding. And then gives the be quiet to the Collingwood supporters in the crowd.
Releases Crisp. Dawson line-hearted giving chase. Crisp got the speed wobbles. Falls over. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Sends it inside 50 to Goey. De Goey marks. Left half forward. He'll kick from 30 out for Collingwood. Jordan De Goey. Can he be that guy? De Goey. He's him. Collingwood back in front with 2 minutes on the game clock. De Goey threatens to snatch it away from the Crows yet again. Collingwood still lead by 4 points, and now there's only 27 seconds to go. Adelaide needs something dramatic.
Knocking it down, O'Brien, bursting onto it, Rankin, runs away from Crisp, takes a bounce. He'll think about a second, runs a long way, kicks inside 50. He's run too far.
Oh, no.
It's going to come back. I thought he ran a long way.
Might have done a hammy here too, has he?
Well,
Rankin's hammy, I think, has gone ping here, as has Adelaide's season. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The masters of the close finish do it again. Collingwood by 4.
So Collingwood do it again to Adelaide. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron behind the mic. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas having the time of their lives. What a great finish it was. But Collingwood have done this to Adelaide now a few times. 4 points yesterday, round 15 in 2023. It was 2 points. Round 7 in 2023. It was 1 point. So 5 of the last 6 games against Adelaide have been decided by under a kick. And we know Collingwood train for these scenarios. Lingy and Isaac Rankin taking it to Jordan De Goey. And right at the end, the big question is, did he run too far?
Well, can I give a pump up here? And this is, of course, completely biased because they are our AFL ABC grandstand colleagues. But well done to our crew in the box there. As you said, Rama, Bawley, Benny Cameron and Corbin Middlemass. They didn't carry on with, you've got to let that go for a sense of theatre. In the moment, you've got to let it go. No. If somebody runs 24.2 metres, which is what to credit to the Fox guys, they did their footy lab. 24.2 metres is further than 15 metres. So I'm sorry, but he ran too far. And the umpire, to his credit, didn't think, this could be game deciding, this could be headlines galore. I see a decision. I feel he's run too far. I'm going to blow my whistle and pay the free kick. Superb umpiring. It's not a sense of theatre. It's not, you got to let that one go because it was the end of the game and it could have decided everything. If you run 24.2 metres as opposed to 15 metres, you've run too far and it's a free kick. So well umpired and well done to our crew in the box for not getting carried away. They called it, they nailed it, and Benny Cameron straight away saw it.
Yes.
He's run a long way.
It is a good test as to whether you know the rules of the game. So it's not about the steps. It's about you have to touch the ball or bounce it every 15 metres. And Isaac Rankin, unfortunately, wasn't probably in that camp. But what a game in which he had 30 disposals and a goal. Brilliant. And the goal was a highlight. I mean, talk about Sir Doug Nicholls' round. That'll be replayed for years. And then the disappointing part that he injured his hamstring right at the very end. So often I'm talking to my wife on the couch and she said, who are the favourite players you love calling at the moment? And certainly Isaac Rankin is in that category. You want to be calling the games in which he's doing because you just never know what's going to happen.
Well, I'm with you, Clinchy, because he gets the 30 touches, but he's not about touches. He's about all-out impact. How can I get the ball going forward? How can I open up the game for my team? How can I get a goal for a teammate? How can I kick a goal myself? And some of his goals are just superb. It's why we so glowingly talk about players like him, players like Isaac Heaney from the Sydney Swans, as you said before. They are all-out impact. I've almost had enough, Clinchy, of players who just accumulate lots and lots of touches down across half-back, chip sideways. Those who go and take the kick out and are happy they run out of the square by 2 metres and, yep, that gets me my 35th touch. Not as much love for them. I'm all about the impact now. Actually take the ball forward, score and attack. And Isaac Rankin is just one of the most special proponents of that part of the game. He is superb. I hope the hammy's not too bad. I thought the same as you. He's just gone all out, revs it, absolute in the red zone, trying to get his team the win, and looks like that the hammy muscle just went a little bit too far, and it'd be a shame to lose him for a few weeks because the game misses out on a great player.
Absolutely. Here are the thoughts of the Adelaide coach Matthew Nix on Isaac Rankin.
He's extremely fast. Thought he had a fantastic game of footy. I won't be making any comment around the. I thought he had a great game, a huge impact though, huge impact. We're fingers crossed at the moment, but we think it might be a small hamstring. So I think 12 months ago v Melbourne, he might have done the same thing, nearly the same spot on the ground. So we're hoping it's not to that extent, but there may be something small there.
Isaac Rankin, unfortunately, we had the thoughts of Matthew Nicks as to what his fate might be. And for Adelaide, I know their fans are sort of feeling like they're on the wrong end of a few over the last season and a bit, but they're just not quite there. Lingy, the slow start, Collingwood were able to burst out of the blocks. And there's certainly the fundamentals of a good team, but they're not quite there yet.
No, I quite like the Crows and have done because of their ball movement and some of those skill players and the way that they keep the ball moving. But then it's games like that against the really, really good teams. And Collingwood are, despite their slow start, I think you and I both said throughout the early rounds, don't worry, Collingwood are going to come. They're going to come steaming home. And you see Nick Dacos able to get 41 touches in a game and just run around everywhere. Josh Dacos, who we're going to talk to soon, finding 30 touches, but the impact that they're able to have. Scotty Pendlebury, he just wound the clock back. Did he just go back to 25 years of age and was setting up goals, was kicking goals? When you see that sort of elite level quality, just pick them apart a little bit, the Crows, that's where I start having those question marks, because I like 80% of what the Crows are doing, and then just that last 20% Clinchy is where my question marks start happening. And maybe that's the difference between them fighting for 6th to 10th on the ladder versus really fighting for genuine top 4 and being able to beat the very best teams.
Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774 from Jack. Hi, guys. I'm listening to you guys on the ABC Listen app because I'm coming back from Sorrento. I'm heading to the Bombers game. Well, Jack, I can tell you there's a late change. Unfortunately, Darcy Parish is out with a calf tightness, replaced by Elijah Sardis. So Dylan Shield is the sub for the Bombers and Eddie Ford for the Kangas. So there's a lot of hype. I'm not sure if you've heard it around the Bombers at the moment. They are flying. They're up to 3rd on the ladder. And this should be a relatively easy win, but you just never quite know. I mean, the Bombers have had a great record over North Melbourne. I think they've won their last 9.
I like these sorts of tests for a team like the Bombers, who are on the rise, and the excitement's there. And I love it when a team who's had their troubles, but they're a big team, are starting to get good, and the youth and that are starting to get exciting football being played. But how far they've actually come, how far they've matured, Clinchy, these are the games. These are the little trip-up games. You've done all this incredible work that if they've actually arrived, and we can start talking about them in the same breath as some of those other teams, they just take care of North Melbourne regardless of a laid out like Darcy Parish. It's just bang, 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 game's over. It's going to be one of those dull ones that ends up 70 or 80 points unless you're a Bombers supporter. If they stumble, then we understand, okay, maybe there's still a bit of growth needed in the maturity. But I think they're past that, Clinchy. I think the Bombers take care of North very, very easily today. I as I said, it might be a stumble game, but I don't see it as being one. I think they've progressed a little bit further than that.
We're just hoping Josh Dacos is going to answer his phone in the next few minutes on the SMS. Rob from Greensboro. So if Warner wasn't being talked about as Brownlow contender, how many weeks would he have got? Because that should have been more than a fine. And a follow-up if Pidnett ends up with delayed concussion, can the penalty be revisited? Well, that's not the way it traditionally works, Rob. The only thing that players are more consistently running is 15 metres without a penalty. Yep, I do agree that often this free kick isn't called. Marty says, good to see the umpires have found their measuring tape at last. Now let's hope they're consistent with running too far and kicking too short. And Peter in Hobart says, I thought I heard the ABC commentary team last night say the Saints are playing dumb footy. To me, that sums them up well, and that's not to mention poor disposal and marking skills. We'll get to the Saints a little bit later, Pete.
Do you want me to fire up about the Saints, Clinchy, or just let that one simmer for a little bit?
Maybe just let it simmer for a moment. Before we jump to the next topic, just give me your take on Collingwood at the moment as to where you see them. I mean, the thrilling ending. They've had their challenges in terms of personnel with their forward line. Brody Meyer check out, Jamie Elliott, Bo McCreary, Jeremy Howe. We know Dan McStay's out for most of the season, and yet they still find ways to win. Another couple of injuries with Will Hoskin-Elliott yesterday and Reef McGuinness. How do you sort of see Collingwood as they push towards the top 4 for the first time this year?
I think they're brilliant signs. Really, really good signs. Yes, they did not start the season the way they wanted to start. And I think that's kind of understandable when you've had this amazing premiership win, a close, hard fought. It can happen. You can have that little just lingering, I don't want to quite work as hard as what I did. It's only subtle, not as obvious as what I'm saying right now. And then they, I think internally would have said, hey guys, this is what it looks like when we do it well, and this is how relentlessly we played the game as an entire team, and this is what we're doing right now, and it's a long way off our very, very best, and they've worked their way out of that. That's a sign, Clinchy, of a really strong, united team, that they could work their way out of a bad start. Then you throw in the injuries, Clinchy, and to a forward line, and the fact they're having to try different players there, and they're still winning now. Great signs for Collingwood. They are flying, and then as you progress through the year and you can manage some of the players back in, you can almost use the fact that they've been injured and missed chunks of the season as a positive, because you're going to have them fresher later on in the year. Then you can build that really important momentum heading into finals. So, no, I'm not taking a victory lap here, Clinchy, of saying that I always told you that Collingwood were going to come flying home, because I also had Sydney Swans not making the 8, which was a nice little mistake I've clearly made coming into this season. But Collingwood were too good a team to be written off after their start to the year. They have too much quality, too many high-quality leaders within the team. They were always going to figure it out. They're playing brilliant footy, and they're certainly premiership contenders again this year.
Yeah, I'm a little fearful of the mid-season buys, when we might revisit some of our predictions at the start of the season, because I think you and I both had Brisbane thereabouts. But it is a long season. The Lions are just getting going. Here are the thoughts of Collingwood coach Craig McRae on the Collingwood injury challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenging period for us. It really is. We come in with a plan, and the plan's already going to be stressed, and then the plan gets even more stressed, and you go, what are we going to do now? And then credit to Scott Selwood, he's doing an incredible job. We've found a way to kick 12 goals today, and that shouldn't be undersold. 9 different goal kickers again, but there's a stress. Yeah, there's a stress.
Craig McRae with his assessment as to Collingwood's list challenge. So I guess, Lingy, it's an experienced side. The premiership hangover seems to have been put to one side, and now it's just about qualifying for finals. We hear coaches make reference to it so often throughout the home and away season in their post-match press conferences. But there's only a couple of games which are going to be really interesting next week, and Collingwood and Fremantle in Perth. Maybe you can give us your thoughts on the Dockers as well, as an inaccurate night in front of goal, but they did get a crucial 4 points on the road. But that looks like an appealing clash as to maybe they're gettable, Collingwood, especially away from home.
Yeah, they are, and it's a great test, because you talk about that qualifying for finals. Yes, you have to qualify for finals, but you also have an element of having to qualify in a certain ranking position, I think, to give yourselves the best shot at it. Now, we know Collingwood at the MCG is a very formidable task come September. So if they get the top 2 spots, well, there we go. They're set up beautifully. If they're 3rd or 4th and in top 2 is the Sydney Swans and the Giants, for example, then it makes it a little bit harder. And obviously when you're outside the top 4, you don't have that double chance element as well. So the wins are crucial because of the start they had to the season. Collingwood just bank these big wins and give themselves a shot at the top 2. Going to Fremantle, going to Perth, Clinchy, is a real challenge, because Collingwood's forward line troubles with their injuries, as Craig McRae was just talking about. They're not going to kick massive scores, Collingwood. Fremantle don't kick massive scores either, and are probably content in making it a bit of an arm wrestle and a bit of hard work throughout the game. So that sets up a huge Friday night game where if Freo can just scrounge a win there over Collingwood, then their season is really bouncing, and away they go, and they take away a pretty crucial victory from the Pies and bring Collingwood back to the pack a little bit. And you, as much as any team around them can keep Collingwood back in the mess, in the muck a little bit, that's important for other teams who are wanting to knock off Collingwood, as opposed to them flying, getting on a massive run of wins and top 2 and MCG finals await. Everybody knows Collingwood are going to be thereabouts, so they've got to keep Collingwood in that messy churn of teams who are battling for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on the ladder. Make them have to fight harder through the season and not be able to manage players. That's how they want to knock off Collingwood come September.
So Fremantle are just outside the top 8 by percentage. So it was an important win for them on the road. We might focus a little on the losers once Jake Niall, the chief footy writer for the Age newspaper, joins us a little bit later. But they're slowly improving, looking for their consistencies, and that includes in front of goal. But Justin Longmuir, the coach, was happy with their second half.
Oh, I thought the second half were pretty dominant. A lot of territory, created a lot of opportunities. Defended our front half really well. Thought our contest lifted, especially post clearance. So they gave us a bit of a touch up in that area of the game in the first half, of -18, which led to field position both behind the ball and in front of the ball. We were losing contests. We were able to tidy that up, which gave us field position, and then we were able to defend that field position. And yeah, I mean, the obvious thing is we didn't finish our work. And it's frustrating for the players at times when that happens, but I thought they stuck to their guns and stuck to their task and didn't let frustration get to them. They just played the next phase and created another opportunity for ourselves. So, yeah, I was pleased with the way we adjusted at half-time.
Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir with his assessment on last night's win. Jai Amos didn't quite have the kicking boots in front of goal, but it feels like their back half is certainly building with Luke Ryan there. Jordan Clark's having a great season as well. They just need probably a little bit of dash in their midfield, but they are trying to build. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and of course streaming via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button. The other big winners yesterday, the Lions forwards filled their boots. 26 goals to 6 Lingiers. After reaching the grand final last year, 119-point winners over the Tigers, their biggest win in 20 years, their second biggest win ever. They're up to 12th on the ladder, 4 wins, 5 losses and a draw. So a game and a half outside the top 8. What do you take out of a game like that where the margin is so big?
Well, one thing is when you're a good team and you're playing against a team that is clearly below your level, and unfortunately for Richmond, a lot of that is injury-based. They just have got too many quality players out, too many experienced players out, so the young players are getting exposed to too much responsibility too soon with no real protection. So when you're in that position, if you're a good team, Clinchy, which I thought coming into the season, I think you were exactly the same, the Brisbane Lions are, you just go bang. So you don't win that one by 40 points and kind of always in control but never really power away. You smash them, and beating them by 20 goals is exactly what the Brisbane Lions should do. So I love that for what they are trying to build and the form they're trying to recapture given their start to the season. You don't want to, and Chris Fagan would be all over this, you don't want to take the form of your last quarter in a game like that into next week. That's the only risk, because I was watching the tail end of that game. I was flicking back and forth between the two games, but I was watching the tail end. It was training drill stuff at time for the Lions, and I felt for Richmond they were just overpowered. But if Brisbane think, oh yeah, that's how we play the last quarter, then they'll be in a bit of trouble next week. But if their minds are sharp and they think, okay, the first quarter, the first half, that's how we play and set up the game. They were hard, they were ruthless, their contested work was excellent, they shared the ball and away they went. Then they'll set themselves up on a little bit of a run now. So some good signs, but obviously they're coming from a long way back.
So a big win for the Brisbane Lions over the Tigers last night. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday. Also a thrilling end for Collingwood as they prevailed over the Crows at the MCG. And their midfielder Josh Dacos has been good enough to join us on AFL Sunday. Josh, thanks so much for your time. A thrilling end with some challenges in terms of personnel, but the important part is you continued to find a way.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, it was. It was another close finish, and the boys played really well. We came out strong, and we've had a few injuries, so definitely lacking a bit of height up forward, but managed to pull through in the end.
Now, you and Jack Crisp were trying to chase Isaac Rankin, so how far did he run in your eyes?
No, I wasn't aware at all. I was just doing my best to try and keep up with him. He was pretty quick, and I knew there wasn't long left, so I actually didn't really hear the whistle. I thought it might have been a free kick inside 50. I wasn't sure who it was for, but I was quite relieved when, it was our free kick.
We were talking before you came on about the nature of the clashes recently between Collingwood and Adelaide and the thrilling sort of finishes in which we've had Isaac Rankin with a credible goal from the pocket, and were you pretty happy the footy was in the hands of Jordan De Goey with that shot late?
Yeah, it always does seem to go down to the last few minutes against Adelaide, whether it's at Adelaide Oval at the G. They're always really close games, and Isaac played extremely well yesterday. And then on the other side for us, Geordie, it was awesome to have him back. He just has such a presence up forward, especially with us lacking our keys. He was enormous, and definitely felt confident with the footy in his hands to kick the match winner.
Josh, well done on the win. Fantastic effort. Talk us through that. All those key forwards missing. How do you still find a way to kick the 12 goals and get the winning score? What sort of elements had to be added to perhaps the midfielders or some of those running players?
Yeah, it's definitely had its challenges, but credit to our forwards. They've been unbelievable, undersized definitely, but Lockie Schultz, Joey Richards, Harvey Harrison, all of them have just been incredible in the contest, just to bring it to ground. And a lot of times they were winning it, and for us that's huge because we like to go forward with the footy. So it's definitely had its challenges. Hopefully we'll get the boys back this week, but it was just an awesome win. Our defence held up really well, which was important, and lucky enough to win by that goal.
Joshua, if I can take you back just for 2 seconds, with the way the team started the year, and you are now the hunted because you're the reigning premiers, you've got on this 7-game unbeaten streak with a draw in there. Were there any doubts amongst the group? Did you sense any little moments of, oh, geez, maybe this will be hard to go again? Or was the group always pretty locked on and pretty steely?
Yeah, I think as a group, I can speak on behalf of everyone. We never really had doubts. Obviously, the start of the year was definitely not ideal, 0-3, and if we didn't manage to get the job up in Brisbane, you put yourself in a really vulnerable position to try and qualify. So we knew the task at hand, and for us it was just about trying to get back to our best and replicate the basics, which we did so well last year. And as a group, I feel like the last 7 weeks we've continued to build. We've played some really good opposition, and like you said, we've been hunted, or we've got the label of being hunted this year. But I feel like we're doing a good job of doing that to opposition, taking away their strengths and what makes them good. So I couldn't be happier with our last 7 weeks.
In a strange way, is it almost a really good thing that you're playing new players, playing young players in this patch of the season, and you're still winning games, so that whether it's a chance to manage some of the older players, whether it's just creating that enthusiasm and buzz of players early on in their career, but it's not costing you any games. You're almost using that as a real exciting positive for the group?
For sure, Lingy. It's I think, like you said, it's been one of the huge positives. The only positives to come from the injuries is just get boys that haven't had the opportunity in the last couple of years, because we have been in a winning team. And you've seen Joey Richards come up to level, Harvey Harrison, Finn, Reef, and just how calm already they look at the level. They look ready. They've been playing above the level at VFL for a couple of years now. It's awesome to see them get their opportunity, and it only makes us better as a side, and we need everyone to get to where we want to go to. So it's been awesome to watch them playing good football for us, and they look at home.
Collingwood midfielder Josh Dacos is with you on ABC Sport. Josh, when you have that many changes in your forward 50, how much does the game plan change? And we saw in the dying stages of the last quarter there, you were getting a lot of inside 50s against you, so down a bit of personnel on the bench as well. The ability to be able to defend and hang on and then try and take your opportunities when the personnel is so different.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely have to adjust. I think even if it's just grubber kicks along the ground to prevent them from marking and to allow us to keep pressuring and almost not let them have uncontested play, which they seem to get a little bit in the last quarter. So, for us, it's, playing to our advantages, which is our speed and using the skills of our forwards. So kicking it to their advantage, whether it's along the ground or on the lead, probably gives them their best opportunity. And, we were under siege. The ball just kept coming back in, had a lot of re-entry. So, it was a big shout-out to our backs for holding up strong.
Just bear with us for 20 seconds, Josh, as our South Australian audience is about to join us. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Josh Dacos with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and streaming via the ABC Listen app. At Docklands, Essendon and North Melbourne, there is a late change with Elijah Sardis coming in. Darcy Parish is out and the subs are Dylan Shield and Eddie Ford. Welcome to our South Australian listeners joining us on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Josh Dacos are with you. I just want to ask you a bit more about your game, Josh. Obviously last year the highlight of winning the premiership, a Copeland Trophy and a premiership year. So how did you go away in the off-season and try and take your game to another level?
Yeah, I think, as a playing group, last year many of us had, career best years where we'd, put a lot of time in the pre-season and got better. And I think, we all did the same thing again this off-season. When you win it, quite euphoric feeling, as Ling you would know all too well. And I think you spend that first bit celebrating with all your loved ones and friends, but, immediately after, it's a weird feeling because you just want it again. So you're just trying to hold back from, training and, pushing it too hard because you do really want that feeling again. And it's almost like, as a group, we're really hungry. So I think, obviously, you spend the first bit celebrating all of our hard work, admin, staff, players, but it's back to work and trying to get better. So as a team this year, we can continue to grow and play our best when it matters most.
Now, Josh, you're 25. Your brother is obviously 21. You get asked a lot of questions about Nick and your family upbringing and your journey together. But they say often your family can be your harshest critic. So as you watch Nick play, and he had another 40 disposals yesterday, 14 clearances, where do you see the improvement in his game and the potential levels in which he can get to?
Yeah, he's Nick's form over the last 7 weeks has definitely helped us go on this streak, along with other midfielders like Crispy and Pendles. And I think for Nick, I think it just, as a player, I think his pressure when he's at his best, he obviously has always been a really big ball winner and can kick goals when it matters. But when his pressure's up and about like it has been for the last few weeks, I think it takes us to another level. And, we really feed off his energy like we do with Braden Maynard, or Bobby Hills in the forward line. So when he's bringing that pressure in the midfield, I think it really makes us have a complete midfield. We've got Pendles in there who's playing, unreal football and really set the stand in the first quarter for us in terms of intensity and work rate. So, it's good to watch him grow as a player. He's still so young, which is crazy. But, I love going out there and playing with him.
Josh, if our family's our biggest critic, is it you or Nick who has to talk to Dad and say, settle down in the box, it's not about him anymore?
No, it's. I think we're both taking the approach too. I think Dad knows all too well. I think he's just so passionate. Obviously, watched us play for so long, and he does ride every bump. And, I think he gets a little embarrassed because I think he sometimes forgets the attention on him. But no, we wouldn't be where we are without Dad. So huge part in our football, and to this day, always supports us, whether win or lose or we play bad. He's always there with Mum to support us. And
I love it.
We're really thankful for their support.
Having been in the jungle, he's a star of his own, Peter. Forget about the highlights from back in the day. He's a reality TV star in today's era. And Josh, I guess finally, Scott Pendlebury, what a first quarter in which he had yesterday. All sort of conversations in today's era when we try and retire players before they're absolutely finished. As a guy who trains alongside him, how much of an on-field presence does he bring in terms of his leadership, his mentorship, and just his ability to be able to provide instant feedback on-field?
Yeah, I think, it's been well documented with Pendles just how professional he is, and then also the impact he has within the four walls of our club. I think he obviously been captain for so long and handed that over to Darcy, but still to this day, unbelievable on-field leader. And I think we really rally off his energy in the first quarter yesterday. I think he contributed to every goal. He kicked to himself and set up the other two. So it's awesome to see him wind back the clock almost back to those early 2000 years for him, and just what he's been able to do for so long has been amazing. And I'm sure he's still got 4 or 5 years left in him the way he's going.
And John Noble's a good mate of yours. I think he was the butt of the jokes for a little while with Craig McRae, but he becomes the first mid-year player, mid-season pickup player, draftee to reach 100 games. And was there a bit of a sort of recognition of him around, was it boxing belts during the week?
Yeah, Johnny, he's had an amazing story, and I think the first player to reach 100 games from the mid-season selection. So, amazing achievement. I think with him, he epitomises everything we are as a club in terms of getting better every day. And every year he seems to take his game to a new level, and we just love playing with him, the energy he brings. And he's definitely had his challenges. Unlucky for him to be, missing out on last year's final series, but he's come back even hungrier, and that's what we love about him. He just keeps turning up, and it was awesome to get the win for him yesterday, and awesome to see him play such a good game on his 100th.
Now, we get lots of correspondence from our listeners, Josh, and the final question comes from Dave, and business class flights have been a bit in the media over the last couple of weeks with the interstate sides. He wants to know who of the Collingwood crew gets the business class seats if you're travelling to Perth for the Dockers on Friday night.
It's a good question. Pendles is always up at the end of the point. A few of the bigger boys, Darcy, Cameron, Coxie, understandably.
Yeah. And
then usually a few of our older boys. So even Jamie Allett, who's a bit smaller, usually he's up the front, but he won't be travelling this week. So, hopefully I can steal his seat.
I was going to say either the old guys or the tall guys are normally the ones that have their hands up first. Josh, as always, thanks so much for your time. Best of luck with the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Collingwood midfielder Josh Dacos joining us on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. In a moment, the chief footy writer for the Age newspaper in Melbourne, Jake Nile, will join us.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Lynn and Jake Nile.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Coming up from Docklands, it's round 10, so Doug Nicholls' round of the AFL continues. It's Essendon taking on North Melbourne. There is a late change with Eliza Sardis coming into the lineup for Darcy Parish. Dylan Shield and Eddie Ford are the subs. The Bombers have won their last 10 against the Kangas. The Roos still looking for their first win of season 2024. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Don't mind this from Monica from Launceston. As a Collingwood follower, I really do feel sorry for Isaac Rankin, but as the young kids say, soz, not sorry. Who do you think would be a good fit for Luke Parker if he does decide to leave the Swans? That's from Dan. I strangely enjoyed watching the Brisbane-Richmond game, even though Richmond certainly stopped trying in the second half. And Sean from Perth said, I heard you acknowledge the Swans as the best side in the competition, but they get so little in the discussion. You've spent 15 minutes on Collingwood. Would love to hear a bit more on the Sydney Swans. We'll come back to them in just a moment. The chief footy writer for the Age newspaper in Melbourne is Jake Nile. He joins you every Sunday. Jake, are the Swans getting the credit they deserve? Welcome.
Oh, inside the game they are, Matt. And they're just probably not from media discussions. The media is very centred in Melbourne. But I think there's no doubt that the Swans I think they're further ahead of the competition at round 10 than Collingwood was this time last year. Collingwood was also 9-1. But the Swans are looking, there's a fair gap. Like it's the next rung of teams has been a rotation of different sides, but they've been consistently, since about round 4 or 5, they've been the best side, and they've got weapons on a scale that other teams around the ball, Isaac Heaney, Goulden, and of course we saw Chad Warner at his absolute. I mean, he looked a bit like Chris Judd at times on Friday night.
Yeah, we've certainly been enjoying the Heaney and Chad Warner show. A couple of the big results happened on Thursday and Friday night. The Gold Coast Suns with a massive win over the Cats by 64 points. But for the Blues, more injury concerns, going down to the Swans by 52 points. What are some of the questions that are being asked at the moment inside Carlton, although Michael Voss certainly isn't using it as an excuse?
Well, I think there's going to be a big focus on they are looking at their conditioning. And there are people outside who've talked about whether Carlton needs to have a formal review with the soft tissue injuries that they're having. And just to give an example, if you look at the teams that played on Friday night for the two clubs, they played in the finals, the elimination final back in September. Carlton had 8 players that were not playing from that game. And of course, Wiedering got hurt before half-time and then went off, but he was not a soft tissue. That was a a bad corky, and we're still waiting on word of whether that's going to keep him out of this weekend. They certainly need him almost more than any other player. But obviously Adam Chera is one, and they've had issues again with Jack Martin. He came back for one game with a calf, went straight back out. And inevitably, and then Adam Saad has had a pretty bad hamstring. He's coming back. It looks like he'll be available this week. So they will get some of these players back. But the problem for Carlton, if you look at the draw, they've got the Gold Coast Suns this week. Now, that's a game you would have penciled in. They'll win. But I think it's very dicey now, given how Gold Coast are going. Now, that would be a big test for Gold Coast to do it down here. Then they've got, I think they've got Essendon in that little run, and they end up with Geelong.
Port Adelaide as well.
Port Adelaide away. Yeah. Port Adelaide away, then the Bombers on King's birthday eve, and then they finish off with Geelong. They wouldn't want to lose 3 of those games and be back at 7-7. They want to win at least 2. And if they could win 3, I think they'd be back on track. But it's a tough run, given the injury. There's now 14, or if you count Wettering, there'd be 15 on the injury list. Saad will come off that. And they, of course, don't have much in the small defender department. That's where they're particularly hit. But do they need a review? I think they're sort of reviewing it as on the run. I don't want to say reviewing, but this is what, as Lingy would know, you're looking at these things constantly.
Yeah.
And what they'll be trying to work out is there something in the way that we're training, is there something in the way that we're playing that is causing these soft tissue injuries, which could conceivably completely unravel a period where they would want to be in contention this year.
Yeah, Jake, it's a good point you make around the fact, so strength and conditioning departments, fitness departments, medical departments of football clubs, it is a constant review process. So I know the wide footy world wants them to come out and say we're going to do an official review on this sort of thing. It's kind of a myth, that whole thing of this is like one big, yep, we're not happy, we're going to review the whole thing. Every club, certainly the really, really good clubs, but every club have already reviewed their pre-season and got an understanding of what they got right, what they need to fix for next year. The fact that one pre-season can't be just done in isolation, it's got to be part of a multi-year build of a pre-season. They're going to, if it's a young team, they're adding certain elements to bodies first before they then add complementary elements to them. So Carlton, I would assume, would be looking at all of this constantly. The trouble is, once you get in season, you have the pressure of the wins and the losses. So the idea of bringing Jack Martin back, was that a week too soon? Maybe, and possibly has led to him being back out again. Adam Saad, is it a week earlier than they really want to bring him back? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not privy to all the information, but you just start asking those questions when you drop a few games in a row, or there's a handful, and then that tough period you're talking about, Jake, that's where the pressure to, let's play him. I know we'd love to give him another week, but let's play him. And then the injuries start compounding because you're chasing your tail a little bit. So they've almost got to be really brave and leave a player out an extra week or two, regardless of the wins and losses, to get them 100% right.
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah,
so
that's happened with Adam Shearer too.
Yeah, that provides your answer around the Blues and the pressure on Andrew Russell, as Jake wrote in the Age newspaper. 8 players from the Blues missing from the final who featured last year against Sydney. The pressure will mount on Adam Uze and Ross Lyon. Let's hear from the Richmond coach on their big loss to the Lions last night.
Yeah, we got comprehensively beaten by a quality team at their home ground. We just spoke to the players about it. We weren't happy with the way we started. We gave them too many opportunities on turnover. We gave the ball back to them. And when we're going through what we're going through, we can lose a bit of spirit really quickly. So for 7 goals to 0 in the first quarter, I just sensed that. So to their credit, I thought in the second half we battled and tore it away. But that pattern just kept flowing across the game. We gave up over 100 points on turnover. We're going through a bit at the moment. We're not happy where we sit. Our last 2 weeks are probably the lowest we're hopefully going to get.
Adam Uze with his reflection. The Tigers are 1 win and 9 losses, their biggest loss since 2017. The percentage is now under 60, and another couple of injuries with Lafau and Mansell from last night. So Jake and Lee, what can Adam Uze do? He's tried to keep the confidence of the group last week in the press conference. Now, unfortunately, the reality is setting in that they are very much at ground zero, Jake.
Well, it was interesting that Chris Fagan used the term ground zero to describe where Richmond were at. That was a little small surprise. Chris doesn't tend to say that much about the opposition, but look, they're in a terrible position. There are 17 on the injury list. We talked about Carlton's injuries, but the lack of competitiveness defensively would be the most troubling thing to me. And even though a number of these players were role players in the Premiership, there were still 11 Premiership players at the Gabba last night. So you would look at, obviously, the responsibility is enormous on the likes of Prestia, Rioli and Bolter. And, of course, there's speculation about whether Rioli will be there next year and Shea Bolton. But there's, as Uze said later, there's too much being left to too few. And it's a long road ahead for Richmond. I think that as a club, they're in a state of transition, not only on the field but off the field, with Brendan Gale going, Hardwick having gone, Uze coming in. They don't really have any choice, Lingy, but to completely back the coach, shut down any dissent around that discussion, and take a lot, try and have little wins in each game.
No, I couldn't agree more. Tom Hafey rolled into Ron Barassi, rolled into whoever you want. Alan Jeans couldn't get many wins out of this list, just how decimated they've been. The challenge is the next 3 weeks is remain competitive, or you've got to become competitive, fight to the very end. It's the Bombers in Dreamtime at the G, it's Geelong at Kardinia Park, and it's Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval. So 3 tough asks, but just really get competitive. Pride in their performance, and then maybe they can just scrounge something out of the back half of the year. Jake, I want to ask you about the other, what I would class as big loser of yesterday's game, and unfortunately probably high hopes coming into this season with finals last year. The Saints going down by 17 points to Fremantle yesterday at Docklands, home deck, and only scoring 55 points again. Ross Lyon's been at his combative best and fun best with some of the work that he's done post-match. What are the Saints looking at? Where do they need to go? What's the word around St Kilda at the moment?
Well, I think there's a massive problem here, very specifically with St Kilda around their midfield. They just don't have the quality. You see Caleb Sarong, they used Windhager, Ross Lyon did, on Sarong, and Sarong was still destructive. And the territorial battle, it just gradually was going in favour of Fremantle, wasn't it? More and more. By the end of the game, it was only the Dockers' inaccuracy that kept the Saints in the game. St Kilda, the Saints need to find a quality, two quality midfielders, I would say, and they're going to have to develop one from within, and they're going to have to find one probably from without, with using their checkbook if they can, which is difficult when you're a club in their position. I think it gets down to personnel. There's been criticism, Lingy, of Max King, which confounds me, because I look at the difference between what his Gold Coast twin, the service he got the other night and gets generally at the moment with the midfield that's in front of him compared to what Max gets.
Couldn't agree more there.
Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you on AFL Sunday. Now, Jason's been all over me on the SMS 0437 774 774 that I haven't given the Bulldogs any time or credit. It's because I wanted to bring in Luke Beveridge. He spoke on AFL 360 about the start of the week, about the challenge he sees at the Dogs at the moment.
Yeah, I always say that there's probably 3 things that get you guys. Too much trauma in combination with sort of outside noise. I think it can just become too much at some point. And I've said to our senior leaders, our president, our CEO, look, if it ever gets to that point, just tell me, and if we need to make a decision for the football club, then we do it. But there's not a chance. They're telling me that we're all in this together, and they're great leaders. But ultimately, that's just something that could happen. The other thing is I could do something wrong, and I need to go, and the board sacks me. But, I don't believe I'll ever lose a playing list or a playing group. I just don't think the third thing will ever happen. And with so much change, there's only a handful of boys who are still there from when I started. That's the thing. The one constant is probably me and a couple of other people, where everything else has just changed. But we're really healthy, and it's a great environment, and we just feel like we can really gain some momentum.
Luke Beveridge chatting at the start of the week. His players came out and backed up his words, winners by 27 points over the Giants. Lingy, I wish we hear more from him in a sort of format like that, because that's the part where you can see inside the four walls as to how impressive he can be, how motivating he can be, how he can unite a group. And for me, the test of the Bulldogs will come in the next 2 weeks. Sydney and Collingwood, they've got Brisbane in week 3. If they can win 2 of those 3, then they're back in the conversation. If not, they're going to be somewhere fighting for the 8, and that's where Bevo's going to have the challenges he just outlined.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's great to hear Luke Beveridge talk like that, and that's quite open and honest. And it was a terrific win yesterday, though. That was a fantastic win. Absolute first class against what I would have said is a very, very good Giants team. Now I start having a couple of question marks around them. The Thursday night clash against the Swans is another huge test on their home deck. You're right, if they can... When you think they play Swans, Collingwood, and then the Brisbane Lions, that shapes as a horror run, or it shapes as a season-defining catalyst for something special type of run. If they can build on an easy kill last week, a fantastic win yesterday, and then they go bang 2 out of 3, as you said, or somehow manage 3 out of 3, then the launch and the confidence into the back part of the season is Bulldogs, here we come. And Luke Beveridge there's probably not many better at like really motivating and finding different quirky and strange ways to motivate his group. He went 3 out of 3 there. He'll be pulling at every single little motivational tool he can to ride that deep into September.
Good on you, Jake. Thanks so much for all your work. We look forward to reading your work in the Age newspaper.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the game.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter for the Age, joining us on AFL Sunday. We've just got time for Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent. Probably Cameron Ling. Ben Cousins, toughest opponent. Cameron Ling.
Always makes me blush, Clinchy, but thank you very much for that one. I'm going to go to, obviously the AFL released their fixture around 16 to 23. No Thursday night footy, Clinchy, and I don't mind that. And the reason, before you snap at me, Clinchy, I love as much as you sitting on the couch watching the game on a Thursday night, but it feels like deep in the middle of winter, the AFL has said, how can we get more fans want to come to the games? Let's just focus on, for 6 or 8 week period, getting fans to the game. And it works better getting them there on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon 3:20 game, fans coming to the game as opposed to Thursday night, there's school the next day, there's work the next day, it's a little bit colder. They might not want to come as much as we like watching it on TV again. I don't mind it. I don't mind the fact they've prioritised fans, bums on seats at the footy over the Thursday night clash. Your thoughts, please, Clinchy?
I can't believe this, to be honest. The attendance and the TV ratings are the 2 parameters in which the AFL CEO, Andrew Dillon, said would determine as to whether Thursday night was a success. They've had just over 50,000 in attendance across, take out the Anzac Day round, because that always draws an extra crowd. And the TV ratings, I think, according to Channel 7, the average reach was around sort of 1.8 million. So if that's not a tick that Thursday night footy is a winner, I don't know what is. And it also gives us the opportunity to take out one of the games for Saturday night, which is an overlap, or Saturday twilight. And it doesn't have to be the best game across the weekend. It could be any, and put it on Thursday night. It doesn't have to be in Melbourne just because it gets cold in winter.
So Clinchy, yes. However, if you put any game, and there are bad games out there, you put any game on a Thursday night, that attendance will drop because it is in the middle of winter and less are coming and people take school holidays, everything like that, and the TV attendance drops, then it's not as saleable a commodity anymore as we come to the end of the season to say this is what the average was across the year. You actually impact what you're trying to sell for next year in Thursday night footy. So I don't think you can just stick any game on a Thursday night.
All right, so after round 13 goes in hiatus, we need a deciding vote. Geelong defender Zach Toohey is part of our commentary team. Righto, Zach, give us the player's point of view. Do you like Thursday night or not?
First of all, hello, Cameron.
Hello, Reggie.
I'm glad you're here. I was worried I was going to enjoy today. I actually quite like Thursday as a player. Give me 1 or 2 Thursday night games a year, and it tends to give you a longer break into the following week. But I'm not really looking at it from a numbers point of view. I enjoy watching footy earlier in the week, and I do enjoy playing it every now and then. But I sort of agree with Cameron about the numbers, and as the AFL tends to do, that's the bottom line.
Oh, dear.
And Zach just loves playing on a Thursday night, so he can have the entire weekend off and do whatever he wants after a good win on a Thursday night.
Oh, you didn't watch Thursday, did you?
No.
Cheesy Geelong
Leave
boys
that
stick
one out.
together. Lee, thank you as always for all your work. We look forward to chatting again next Sunday. See you on Thursday night.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great call.
The Western Bulldogs and the Sydney Swans will be a part of our commentary team. Coming up, it's the Bombers taking on North Melbourne under the roof of Docklands. Zach Tui, a part of our commentary team with Brett DeLeo. Ben Cameron coming into the call. There is a late change with Darcy Parish out. Elijah Sardas coming in. And Dylan Shield is the sub, and Eddie Ford for North Melbourne. Stay with us as round 10 of the AFL continues on ABC Sport.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
It's a rivalry renewed on a Sunday arvo beneath the dome at Docklands. Marshmallow Wars reignites between Essendon and North Melbourne. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. There is a late change, so Darcy Parish is out for Essendon with calf tightness. Elijah Sardas comes in. The subs Dylan Shield will play his first game of the year, while Eddie Ford is in for North Melbourne. Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch to call all of the action. Our experts, the Richmond champion, GWS player Brett DeLeo, and the current Geelong champion in Zach Tui. We'll get to all of that in just a moment. It is Sunday footy on ABC Sport. It's also Sir Doug Nicholls Round, and both of the teams are lined up for our Welcome to Country. Let's join it.
To present the Welcome to Country.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. But I want to acknowledge the Douglas Nicholls and the contribution he's made to this country and the rest of the Nicholls mob, and pay my respects to them. Woomajeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balak, Yima Kondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Bunnambor War, Kondi Nangnak, Dubban Bik, Bullock Bor, Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wawong language group. Hello, my name is Colin Hunter Jr. or Willert, Bertie Possum, a name given to me by my grandmother as a young boy. I'm a proud and passionate 7th generation Wurundjeri man and a direct descendant of Bibijan, who was Nullangetta or head of the tribe at time at first settlement. And it's through my grandmother, Gumbriar, meaning white dove, or Auntie Tiny or Nanis, who is known to all us mob, that I got Aboriginal culture and heritage in my life today, so for that I say thanks, Dan. My grandmother was one of the last of the Aboriginal people born in the early 1920s up at Coranderrk Mission in Healesville, before she got pushed up the Barramunda River in New South Wales. In Aboriginal culture, a great deal of respect is given to the land, the plants and animals alike. And why I'm Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands of the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woomajeka, welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
So welcome to country here for the first game of a 3-game Sunday slate, Sunday footy on ABC Sport on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country this afternoon. As I said, Brett DeLeo, the Richmond champion GWS player, is along for the ride. Once again, great to see you, Lids.
Good to see you too, Benny. I'm hopeful of a good game here today, but I'll tell you what, I'm on thin ice, and I just want to see the North boys show some fight and give us something. But if I'm an Essendon supporter, I'm wanting to kill, and that's what I have a feeling we might get today. But we just want to see some competitiveness.
Zach Tui, I saw you at the airport late on Thursday night / early on Friday morning. Fantastic to see you bounce back and join us for the second time.
Appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to talking about a different game than my own, so it's exciting.
We'll see if you feel that way at the end, given we put you through West Coast last week.
Yeah, I thought you were friendly even after that performance on Thursday night. You were still cheery when you saw Corbin and I at the airport. We appreciate it. Marshmallow Wars, I spoke about this. Given where these two teams are at, Essendon at the pointy end of the ladder, North down the bottom, yet to win from their 9 games this year. We have to look back to history. So 1998, Kevin Sheedy criticised the North Melbourne directors, Greg Miller and Mark Dawson. He said, he said he'd be a pink marshmallow, Dawson. Miller would be a white marshmallow. That's about where I see those two softies. And he was then pelted with marshmallows after the 1998 qualifying final, which North Melbourne won. So there is some great history between
good theatre, isn't it?
Yeah, where's that theatre gone in the game? We need more of that, don't we?
Oh, someone to be offended, probably. So we can't afford someone to be a marshmallow advocate that wouldn't like that being thrown onto the grass or something like that. So, no, that's where, the games, we've lost a little bit of that, haven't we? And the scarf waving and the carry-on. Sheeds was great for it. I was lucky enough to play under Sheeds in the international rules way back in under 2005, and his storytelling and ability to bring the whole group together was incredible, But yeah, it'd be good to bring that back, Benny.
He did claim in the postscript that was just there to try and draw some attendances for North Melbourne. So he said, "Look, I just did it to get some fans through the gate for North." So classic Sheeds behaviour. Looking at these two teams, I know you guys played North a few weeks ago, Zach, and I know you have to be careful about opposition teams, but what did you see in the style they were trying to play?
Well, chocked full of talent, and we see that a lot with teams that are kind of down the bottom half in the development phase of their journey, but talent doesn't strike me as being the issue, and under the tutelage of one of the great coaches we've seen in recent times, you expect it will continue to trend in the right direction. Now, it's been a tough start, but they've got some beautiful ball users. They like to possess it. They like to sort of methodically build it up. Right now, it's not bearing fruit, but you just trust that Clarko will make it work eventually.
Yeah, and my understanding is they've stripped it right back. So very simple, just effort really is all they're looking for moving forward. I know they tried to sort out some things with their game style, but they've gone very basic with this group. Is the Essendon edge real? Is what we're seeing from Essendon this year different to what they've been in recent years, Brett Delidio?
Well, yes and no. I think we haven't seen it consistently just yet, but I think their last few weeks has really shown us that they're a contender, and that's what will excite certainly Corby, but a lot of Essendon fans hopefully they can get to the finals, which they're looking likely to do at the moment, but win one, which we haven't seen for a long time. But yeah, if they get challenged today or potentially rolled, and God forbid that happens, then that will really come into question, wouldn't it? But I think, it's starting to show me that it's real.
So they obviously haven't won a final since 2004. If they win today, they could jump up to second on the ladder.
Which is amazing.
Dylan Sheila has spent a month in the VFL trying to get his opportunity. Jordan Ridley's playing VFL at Windy Hill today.
Yep.
So what do you want to see in terms of the consistency in your eyes, be it they're playing a side that's on the bottom of the ladder, to suggest that they are a finals contender?
I'd like to see no front running, not just downhill skiing, trying to get forward to the play. Go back to what has made you the side that you've been hard to play against, defend hard, tackle hard, put your head over it, essentially. I know that's old school cliche sort of rubbish talk, but that's where we've criticised Essendon probably in the past, is they've seen, got ahead of themselves a little bit, tried to start running forward, get on the end of it and kick the goals, versus just nose in the trough, let's win the hard ball first and give our big forwards a real chance. We've seen that the last few weeks, but against a lesser opponent, can they continue to maintain those standards?
Is that difficult to do sometimes?
100% it is, because you think, well, here's the one where I can just let the foot off a little bit. I don't have to quite chase. But you give any side in the AFL a chance, and they get their first couple on the board and they start to get their tails up. As Zach alluded to, they've got some talent there, no doubt, North Melbourne. But they just haven't been able to do it consistently for long enough, so don't give them a sniff.
So the two captains have gone in for the toss. Unfortunately, Jai Simpkin not playing, so he would have been a First Nations footballer out there for North today, but Jade Gresham and Owen Davey Jr. joining Zach Merritt for the toss. Rory Campbell is with us. He's between the benches here at Docklands. Rory.
Good afternoon, team. Fantastic to be with you. North Melbourne have got a debutant today. Will Dawson stands 200 centimetres tall, supposedly quite versatile in his junior career. So we'll see what he's got, wearing the number 18, of course, made famous by Wayne Carey. A little bit of rain forecast for this afternoon, so probably the best place to play some footy will be under the roof here at Docklands, I reckon.
Absolutely. It's a good day to be under the dome. It was a little chilly and a little dreary outside, so great to be here.
A little piece on Will Dawson, Max Sports player, which we love the big fella. Nicknamed Shotgun because he grew up in Melbourne North and loves to go and hunt. So Clarko's just like, Shotgun. There you go.
Shotgun.
So now
he's not good at giving out nicknames, Clarko. He's giving out some stinkers.
Yeah, but this one is stuck. And, as Rory alluded to, very versatile, aggressive big man, which we love.
I'm not sure if Zach is allowed to tip. Which way are you going, Lids?
Oh, the Bombers.
Yep. Bombers for you, Clinchy?
Yep, 10 goals plus.
All right, I'll take the Bombers as well. So just about ready to roll. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Round 10 from the Docklands. The first game of 3 on the Sunday slate. It's the old rivals, Essendon and North Melbourne. Umpires Lee Fisher, Curtis Du Bois, Brent Wallace and Matthew Young in charge of it. Marshmallow Wars reignited beneath the dome on your Sunday afternoon. You're with Matt Clinch.
Bound to get things underway. Goldstein against his former side taking on Sherry, and Sherry wins down the tap. A chance for North to try and gain possession, although Shields is locked up immediately. And the umpire will board up still in the middle of Docklands. Great to see Michael Long ringing the air raid before this match. OAM, of course, in Sir Doug Nichols' round. It spills down the way of Davies Uniac. His kick is smothered. Stringer lays a second tackle, this time on Curtis Taylor. And we'll still have another stoppage just on the edge of the centre square at half forward for the Kangas. Thrown in the air. Sherry and Goldstein tangle. Spills down to Sammy Durham. Can't get a disposal away. A chance for Harry Sheasel, who dives on top of the footy. Shovels a hand pass forward. Stevenson gathers. Tackled by Andy McGrath. Hand pass to Taylor. He's ridden into the turf by Caldwell. And we've moved from the centre circle to left half forward in the opening minute of the match.
So just repeating, Darcy Parish laid out for Essendon. A calf complaint. Dylan Shield, the sub. North Melbourne unchanged. Eddie Ford is their sub, and Will Dawson, Brett Delidio's man on debut. I like the advice he got from his mum, Lids.
Yeah.
Chest out, give him hell.
Love it. Yep. Old school.
Nick Martin at centre half back for the Dons. Releases the runner McGrath. Nowhere to go. Runs into a cul-de-sac. Has to kick laterally out to Sammy Durham. What a find he's been. He goes short. Caldwell on the wing. He stabs it on. And it's broken up by Jaden Stevenson. Good defensive effort. Throw in to come on the wing. No score through the opening 90 seconds. I'll tell you about these jumpers as well. So the North jumper, designed by artist Emma Bamblett and inspired by the club's First Nation players, including Yorta man Jai Simpkin, as well as Wangata Noongar man Robert Hansen.
Thrown back in at Zach Merritt. Gets the hand pass to Durham. Run down too slow. And the tackle is laid by Curtis. Wins it for the Kangas on the wing.
It's a big tackle, Clinchy. I learnt yesterday that he benches 150, this kid. That's incredible for someone that size.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, just punches it up, no worries.
What did you bench on your prime time?
152.
I was going to say, somewhere towards that, up towards Taylor. Can't take the mark. Zerha tries to keep it alive and it goes out of play. Well, that's it, you, Zach Tui. What do you bench in the Geelong gym?
154.
Yeah.
So
we had a good battle.
Lids only does bicep curls anyway. He didn't do the bench press.
Now, not then.
One max rep. Thrown back in. Neither side have scored through the opening 2.5 minutes. Sherry and Goldstein in a tangle. It spills down to Durham. Tackled. Ball spills away as Taylor laid the tackle. Out to Powell. Squeeze the kick up towards Sherry, but it's Hine who comes in from the side and spoils it out of play. If this is the intent we're going to see from North Melbourne, we might be in for a tight tussle, at least for the opening quarter.
That's it. You want to be judged on effort if that's what they're stripping it back to. That's what we're going to see.
Do tend to get up for these games, North. Goldstein in front, palming it down. Onto it, Luke Davies-Uniacke. Gets a handball out. Shields dumps it on his boot. Tumbles North Melbourne inside attacking 50. Laverty gets there first. Can't take the mark. Loose footy in the pocket. Bull Zerha out after it. Carries it out and a throw in to come. Might have to put you in the gun later this afternoon, Lids, about Bull Zerha and where he's going to be next year. 3 minutes played, no score here at Docklands.
You've started that early. He's playing for North, mate.
Of course, Ben Mackay and Todd Goldstein playing against their former sides this afternoon for the first time. As Goldstein wins down the tap, and it's Sherry who's doing the roving. Kicks across his body towards the teeth of goal. A chance, but Laverde is able to spoil it and away. Out of play in front of Toby Pink, who started up forward this afternoon. Opening 3.5 minutes on ABC Sport. No score. Here's Ben Cameron.
4:50 stoppage here for the Dons. Goldstein and Sherry. Sherry able to bring it down to the front. Davies-Uniacke gets there. Tries to work his way through traffic. Gets it on the boot. Snaps on goal and pops it through. LDU on the board early. And a positive start from the Roos.
Yeah,
First major of the afternoon, 1 straight 6 plays, no score, 4 minutes in.
It's been an outstanding start from North Melbourne. They're getting set defensively really solidly behind the ball. There's been McDonald a few times. Essendon are rolling Gresham up to the contest, giving North stability behind the ball. They've been really good in the contest. They've played forward territory style of game, locked it in the front half. And then LDU doing what he's capable of doing. I think he's very possibly going to end up being one of the best handful of mids in the game. He's an exceptional talent.
His ability in tight is so good, isn't it? Change direction. I think him and Chad Warner together, their ability to change and power out, it's amazing to watch. I love it.
Little jinx, isn't it?
Yeah.
He just moves so swiftly.
Brett Delidio and Zach Tui, your experts on ABC Sport. Just 17 disposals in the opening 4 minutes for the first goal for the Kangas. A chance to try and double that. Powell gets the clearance, kicks up towards Stevenson. He gathers on the bounce. A centering kick is smothered by Goldstein. Trying to follow up Stevenson. He might have got a shove in the back. A free kick going North Melbourne's way between the centre circles and half forward. And Jaden Stevenson, a former Pie, has it. He looks up inside 50. Larkey offers a second lead. Out to the pocket. He sends it in that direction. He flies against Ben Mackay off hands. It's off the hands of Tucker, who tries to get a hand pass forward. Sheasel gave it to Davies Uniac. The look-away hand pass, but Andy McGrath wasn't having any of that. He locks it up in the right forward pocket for the Kangas. Early proceedings their way. 6 clearances to 1 North's way.
Another forward 50 stoppage here for the Rouge. Sherry hands to it. Kelly trying to pick it up. Sherry goes and shovels out a handball. Onto it, Nick Martin. He'll back feed it to Sardis. Off to Caldwell. Now McGrath in the back pocket. Kick smothered. The Roos are on again. Davies Uniac picks it up. Gives it off to Sheasel, who pops it through. It'll be 50. It'll come back. I thought a lot of the players stopped, but the Roos just kept going.
What was that for? That was a great tackle.
Sheasel looks around a little bereft, but
I'm as bemused as he is, because I thought that was a great tackle on McGrath.
So push in the back at the last moment, apparently, in the eyes of the umpire, and because he kicked it away, it's then 50.
Yeah, righto. Well, what I enjoy is the effort that they're putting in at the moment. They're putting Essendon under the pump.
McGrath to Nick Martin. They work it to the outer side, and a chance for Sardis to drive him inside 50. Stringer's caught behind, and the mark is taken. So here is on debut.
No, it's Charlie Comben.
It is Charlie Comben. He's taken the mark at right half back. So Will Dawson playing in the defensive goal square this afternoon. The kick up towards Mackay, who brought it down against Curtis. Still a chance for the Kangaroos. Larkey tries to gather between wing and half forward. He takes a bounce with not a lot inside 50. Looks up, has Pink, has Zerha. Kicks towards Pink. On the bounce for Redmond. Tries to knock it forward with his chest. Looking for the reinforcements. It's gathered by Perkins. Hand pass under pressure. Quick 1-2 with Kelly. And now a chance for Durham. Dodging and weaving as he kicks up to half back.
It works out fortuitously, landing in the lap there of Nick Martin. This man's got busy this season, playing his 53rd consecutive game at AFL level. Goes back to the Red Dog on the half-back flank for the Dons. He'll kick it back to fullback. Kelly's able to accept it. Now he'll go up the middle. Mark taken by Mackay. Gets a few jeers and then a few cheers as he kicks into the middle of the ground, picking it up comfortably. Gresham, driving kick inside 50 now for the Dons. Right, launching at it, hands to it. Stringer, Rose, snaps, misses the lot. Floats it out of bounds on the full. And the Roos will get it back in their right back pocket. 1 straight 6. They lead Essendon yet to score. We've played 8 minutes opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
McDonald goes short to Fisher. He marks just 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Opening goal the way of the Kangaroos through Luke Davies-Uniacke. Turns it back to McDonald in the left back pocket. Co-captain alongside Jai Simpkin. Carrying the responsibilities this afternoon as he looks up towards half-back. Puts it in the direction of Pink. Taylor flies in front, can't complete the mark. Heppel could have been taken high. No free kick. Kelly's onto it. Kicks the Bombers deep into attack. Peter Wright comes charging out. Can't hang on to the mark. Fisher's hand pass almost picked off. A chance here. Hand pass out in front of Langford. He can't gather. And Bailey Scott has shoved out a player. Throw in the right forward pocket for the Bombers. It's the Kangas by 6 points.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Zach Tui and Rory Campbell bringing you the action. North with the opening score of the game. It was a goal. 4:50 stoppage for the Dons. Sherry wins the tap onto it. Stringer loses it. In congestion now. No one able to pick it up yet. Martin comes in. He can't either. Shields can for the Roos. Handball to Davies-Uniacke to Sheasel. Half-back flank with Scott. Floating a kick up to the wing. Pink will come and contest it. Involved there, Hobbs. He can't bring it down. McGrath at ground level gives it off to Laverty. Sends the Dons back inside 50. Wright unable to take it. Bouncing ball close to the line. McDonald's there and he carries it out. Throw in back where we started, just inside attacking 50 for the Dons, North by a goal.
Already a couple of times we've seen young Will Dawson right up behind Peter Wright. It's going to be a good matchup for Pete Wright. His ability, we don't know how big he is, but Will Dawson standing side by side, pretty even.
Toss back in. Sherry in front, wins down the tap at half-back, but a chance for Gresham. Gets the hand pass away to Heppel. Looks up inside 50. Wrights the tall target. Sends it long to him, but Guelphy at the back. Condon and Dawson just worked underneath, and Matt Guelphy was away to it. He takes the mark 20 metres out, slightly right of centre.
Yeah, for all the good work that Condon has started to do down back this year, you've got to be just a little bit stronger in the contest, don't you, there against a lesser opponent, not lesser in terms of skill level, but just size. Be hard to play against. Big Charlie, push back hard. Don't let him just take an easy chest mark out the back.
Game 100 this afternoon for Matt Guelphy. Told the story of Alexis and the children's cancer last week. Looking for the Bombers first this afternoon. And Matt Guelphy steers it straight through the middle to lock up proceedings at a goal apiece. 10 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. You're Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit like Essendon would want it to look. Slow, methodical build-up a few minutes prior, and then they've locked it in their front half. Repeat entries. Peter Wright is starting to draw a crowd. Yep. He's made a couple of great contests, and he drew the crowd then, and it just drifts over the back. Guelphy does exceptionally well to read it. But right now, Peter Wright is shaping like a real pain for the North Melbourne defence.
You're right, they just got it locked in that front half a little bit more than the in-out ins. I'm not sure whether you talk about that down at the Cats, but that's what every club, I think, wants to be able to lock it in their front half, give their back defenders a bit more of a spell, let your forwards and mids go to work.
Comes the 178th player in club history to 100 games, Matt Guelphy. Crooked bounce in the middle. 1,196 players all time for the Dons. 0437 774 774 if you wish to get involved today. All up in the middle. Sherry lays it out in front of Wardlaw. Wardlaw handball to Davies-Uniacke. Low ball inside 50, looking for a leading Larkey. And he marks on his chest, 49 metres out, 45-degree angle.
That's some good clearance work, wasn't it, inside? George Wardlaw getting to work. Luke Davies-Uniacke, his ability to read that off, coming from a sweeping roll. That was a beautiful kick. I don't know, Larkey just completely lost whoever he was playing on at that point in time.
Kicked 5 in the last meeting against Essendon. Around 22 last year. He's option 1 inside their forward 50. Nick Larkey drives it on goal and misses right. Does hand North Melbourne their lead back. 117 plays 1 straight 6. 12 minutes played opening term. Just repeating. Darcy Parish laid out for the Dons. Dylan Shield is the sub. Eddie Ford, the sub for North. Will Dawson on debut.
McGrath brings the Bombers back into play. Kicks up towards Langford. Can't take the mark. Durham comes inboard. Hobbs looks up towards half forward. Langford's the target. Charging in from the side. Good spoil made. As it's spoiled away to right half back by Bergman, and it might just trickle out of play. No, Durham keeps it alive. Hand pass missed Langford. Taylor thought he was held when he wasn't in possession. Davies-Uniacke one direction, and it's Fisher who emerges with it for the Kangas. Hand pass to Core. Kicks to half back where George Wardlaw takes the mark. Links up with Birdman through the middle of the ground. Davies-Uniacke now looks out to the far wing where Larkey's up on a long lead. He takes the mark between wing and half forward in front of Ben Mackay. Looks to the lead of Zerha, kicks over his head. Racing back, Nick Martin gets back for the Bombers. Tries to cut past Zerha. Did so a little too easy in the end, but his kick is out on the full, so the pressure was enough to force the turnover. The Kangas to take it at right half forward, leading by a point.
Neil in Coburg says, if North win, do we get a public holiday? Live with hope. Larkey's kick comes infield to Miller Bergman. Back in the side, he goes short. And leading up, Darcy Tucker. Former Docker. Now at the Roos. Veers out onto his left. Drives it towards full forward. Wright's back there. Crushes the pack. Off hands. McGrath on the last line. Handball to Goldstein. Handball to Martin. Don still at fullback in the back pocket. Redmond's handball error. Paul Curtis is onto it. Runs into trouble. Has nowhere to go. Shows that bench press strength. Gets rid of it. Ball jars out. Now North should work it out.
Chance for Taylor, he slipped over though. Curtis's kick couldn't make contact with the boot, and then Redmond taken high. And Paul Curtis is just a little frustrated, and Mason Redmond wasn't all that thrilled with the extra attention. Andy McGrath comes in to fly the flag, and a free kick for the Bombers in the right back pocket. North Melbourne by a point. Redmond looks up towards half-back, puts it in the direction of Jones, who'll fly against Cobden, but it's Peter Wright who emerges from the back and clucks the mark. Centre wing for the Bombers, chips it up to Sardis. The late inclusion for Darcy Parish up towards Davey Jr. McDonald had a lot of it, wasn't paid the mark. Quick 1-2 with Bergman, he chips it back, and Fisher marks at half-back for the Kangaroos.
So Zach Fisher trying to wait a kick for a leading Stevenson. Found a little bit of form last week. He was very quiet a fortnight ago, but 2 goals up in the top end. Has it on the wing, comes infield to McDonald. Gazza and Shane listening on the golf course in Thailand. Great to have you with us. So let's go North as North work it back to centre half back. Cause moves it out to Miller Bergman and turns it over. Heppel bobs up, takes the mark on the logo.
He's got Davey at half forward. He was looking for a more longer option than that, but will eventually go short to Alwyn Davey, who marks at left half forward. Called to play on. Looks to the lead of Harry Jones. His kick is wide of him and it bounces out of play in front of Jones and McDonald. A boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Bombers. It's North Melbourne by a point.
That's the frustrating part for North Melbourne. Like forwards and mids, you do all that work to try and get yourself out. You're kicking at 63% at the moment. Makes it hard, doesn't it?
8-6, the inside 50's the way of the Kangas, so they brought good intent, but just lacking a little bit of polish. Winless so far in 2024. Thrown back in, Goldstein one down the tap to Langford, who's dumped in a tackle by Core. They scrap at ground level. Langford can't knock it out, so the umpire will ball it up. It's 40 metres out from the Bombers' goal on ABC Sport.
Great to have you with us as the umpire puts it aloft. Sherry laying it down, but it bounces to Tucker, gets it on the boot, tumbles it up towards the wing, bouncing ball, getting there first. Lazaro leaves it behind, and Hind pinches it, chips short, and Langford on the lead. 52 out, wheels and goes quickly, looking for a leading Jones.
Good hands.
Vice-like grip. Takes it deep in the left forward pocket for the Dons.
It was, wasn't it? Those vice-like hands. He got some separation, just a little bit, half a metre on Charlie Comben. The ball was coming in hot too from Langford. He did well to hang on. This is one of his tricks though, Harry Jones. Once he gets on the move, he's got great hands. Good for his confidence to knock this one through.
Kicked 1 goal 5 in the last 3 games. Has a snap here, hits the fat part of the ball. Balloons across the face. Guelphy fighting after it very nearly. Can't take the mark. Bergman there for the ruse. Short kick, Stevenson on the half-back flank.
North Melbourne by a point. And Stevenson looks up towards the wing. Larkey has positioned himself. He goes shorter than that to Taylor. Curtis Taylor, the 6th-year Kanga, goes short to Wardlaw. Still has a left half-back. North Melbourne 1-1-7. The Bombers 1 straight 6. They'll switch it inside the defensive 50. As it's Luke McDonald who can work it out to Core, who takes the mark at right half-back. Aidan Core trying to find an avenue to half forward as Larkey presents down the wing now. Pink makes position as well, so the Bombers fans are urging for him to be called play on. So Core kicks as long as he can in the direction of Larkey and Zurha. Up went Peter Wright, couldn't take the mark. Heppel lays the tackle, and the umpire says throw it in. Heppel thought it was a good tackle. Rory Campbell on the boundary.
Yeah, guys, Alistair Clarkson calling the shots from ground level, giving his troops some immediate and prompt feedback as they ring the interchanges.
Rory Campbell downstairs. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. North leading by a point. Pink doing the ruck work, laying it down. Onto it, Powell. Had a good season. Handball away to Tucker. Onto Wardlaw. North on the wing. Chips it short. Pink again. They listed free agent. Playing at Glenelg after Sydney and back in the big time. Gives it off to Tucker. Forward of the wing. Long kick to full forward. Mackay's back there. Drops the mark. Slaps it out. Martin dumps it on the boot. Lateral kick. It will tumble end over end. Deliberate. Over the boundary.
Definitely deliberate. Here he comes. Look at him go.
Insufficient intent. I'd like the GPS numbers on that umpire. He sped up.
Didn't he?
He came flying in to say insufficient intent. Free kick going the way of the debutant. Will Dawson, left half forward for the Roos.
The 201cm 18-year-old out at left half forward. Kicks inside 50. Larkey the target through the hands of Paul Curtis. And a lunging effort. Is there a boot there from Pink? I think we're going upstairs. Yep. Peter Wright was a lunging effort on the goal line. It's all through the body of confusion, and we haven't seen a signal from the goal umpire, which suggests that maybe it was more over the line rather than a goal. Otherwise, they'd review it as it was heading back to the middle. So stand by. A score review from the Arc.
Ball is one behind. Please confirm who touched the ball last.
Review underway.
So in the scattering of bodies, we could see a boot was thrown, and just where the pink actually got any contact on it. Peter Wright with his right arm trying to reach over the top and get a hand onto it.
I don't think there's a hand there.
Is there a boot on it, though? Is it the back of the boot from Toby?
Yeah, there it is. As it goes down, there you go.
All right, here's your audition, Lids. Green light.
I'm giving it a green light because as his boot goes down to the ground, he gets a little touch on it. It's what it looks like from here.
Accidental, isn't it? He stamps on the ball.
Yeah. Does Pete's hand hit it again there? That's the oh no.
So we need conclusive evidence to overturn the goal umpire who said behind.
If I'm in the Arc right now, I'm pressing green.
I'm not surprised you'd be pretty happy to hit the button quicker
just
rather
get it going.
than what we get at the moment.
Yeah, that's a goal.
Just not sure if it pays enough for you in all honesty, but Toby Pink thinks he's done enough, and we're just working out whether the slipper is going to determine a goal. The fast feet from a couple of metres out. And now the fans are starting to get a bit frustrated because
fair enough.
Trying to speed up this process.
I don't think we're going to end up with a draw here today, but it could make all the difference, Clinchy.
Peter Wright was well positioned, but it just shows you how far it is to come down from 203 centimetres. And we still wait.
I don't think there's anything conclusive there to say that he's actually got a boot on it.
So just inside 19 minutes was when the score was registered. It went out just inside 21 minutes, so almost 2 minutes.
Goal.
And the goal is registered.
See? I would have had it right.
Yes, you would have. The fast feet of Toby Pink, and it's his first goal in AFL footy, and it's not going to be remembered all that well. North Melbourne lead by 7 points, having kicked 2 of the opening 3 goals of the match, 2-1-13 to the Bombers 1 straight 6, and after the delay we have the goal. Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey with you.
What's it like for you out there when you're going through all that sort of stuff? Are you set up, boys, and let's get going? Or
it's good practice to assume it's going to be a kick-in because you can't get caught napping. It can be frustrating. I understand these incidents aren't always clear-cut, but it's just frustrating when you stood there for 20, 30 seconds and you kind of... If you're a player who's involved in that incident, you know for sure what the result is.
2 minutes is way too long. 30 seconds should be a time limit.
Yep.
Let's make a decision at the end of that.
Call me.
And move forward.
And if in doubt, Lids is pushing green.
I mentioned Clarko's nicknames. He's given one to Toby Pink. It's Snapper. As Powell goes out of the middle of North Melbourne forward again. Inside attacking 50 off the hands of Larkey. Paul Curtis tracks it. He's bundled out. And a throw-in to come in the right forward pocket. Obviously, Pink Snapper, not his best, is it?
No. Oh, well, he keeps throwing them out. There's the Babe Ruth here. In theory, he'll eventually hit a home run, I suppose. He can't hit one without swinging.
22 minutes into the first. North Melbourne lead by 7 points. Forward 50 stoppage. Goldstein. Opposed to Pink. Pink lays it down, but onto it Heppel. He gets away a handball. No, holding the ball. North Melbourne are right on here, and it's Toby Pink again. He'll have their set shot. 45-degree angle, 30 metres out in the right forward pocket.
Oh, interesting. He's drafted to North Melbourne as a defender out of Glenelg. He's a mature ager. In and out of the side a little bit earlier this year, but now, chance to kick his second.
Been played out of position his whole career.
We've all got it wrong.
Toby Pink, set shot is missing.
I don't think so, Benny, after that.
2-2-14. Plays 1 straight 6, 23 minutes played. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
Hine brings the Bombers back into play, looks for options and decides to go short to Kelly. So Jake Kelly has the job on Dersma, so giving away a little bit of size this afternoon. As he looks for options across half-back, kicks as long as he can. In the direction of Jake Stringer, McDonald comes in from the side to support Scott, and it's spoiled out of play. I mentioned the marshmallow and the history between these two sides. I do remember attending a meeting at AFL House where they spoke about these two sides being sort of the game in which they wanted the AFL to look like back in 2001, where I think the score
that game was huge.
Yeah, 158 to 130 or something. that was the marquee game, and we haven't seen footy like that since.
It was like a 75-point deficit at half time, wasn't it?
Yeah. These two sides back in the early 2000s playing in some high-scoring affairs. As Merritt wins a free kick on the wing, chips it forward to Caldwell. The Bombers in full attack. The long kick towards Jones, who sets himself. Cobden sport it down. Straight to Guelphy, who kicks it end over end, but misses to the right-hand side. The Miners score North Melbourne by 7 points through 24 minutes in the opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Well, the game Zach played back on Thursday night was 26-18, 164 to 15-10, 100.
That's old school scoring.
Old school scoring.
I'm sure Scotty was pumped with that.
Sorry to mention it.
Yeah, excellent defending all round, wasn't it?
Stevenson with a long kick up to the wing. Martin taking a nice overhead mark. Essendon back with it on the wing. Kicks inside 50. Jones, 49 metres out, straight in front. Doesn't like his chances. Looks into the pocket for Langford. Double team nearly. Hurdles his opponent. Can't run it in. Out of play it goes. Throwing to come in the left forward pocket. Alana, Buff and Tim painting the bedrooms and listening from WA. Simon in Largs says reviews are too long. And Cheryl Lee in Pascoe Vale South says, hoping my Roo boys can pull off a win today. They lead by 7 points late in the first.
Toss back in, Goldstein and Sherry. It spills down the way of Caldwell trying to knock it forward. Was Hobbs taken in the back. The umpire says no on board up. It's a nervous moment for Luke Davies-Uniacke as he laid that tackle. It's 35 metres out from the Bombers' goal. North Melbourne leading by 7 points, giving as good as they've given so far this season. Caldwell on the move. He gathers and fires towards goal, but misses everything out to the left. Out of bounds on the full, so they've had a couple that have missed the bullseye, with Jake Stringer with a shot early out at the full, and then Jai Caldwell there. Still the Kangas by 7 points on ABC Sport.
Hit his head pretty hard there. He had his legs taken out from under him. Get a little watch on him just for now.
Bergman kicking across the goal mouth. Sorry, Lids.
He's got a hard head, Jai Caldwell. Tough as old boots.
Zach Fisher in the back pocket delivers a short ball for Comben. Sliding into mark, does the 200 plus podcast with Sam Draper. Not out there. His mate. Oh, he turns it over here straight to Merritt, who stuck a fist in to swirl it, ballooned up, and he marked it. He pinches it 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right-hand side.
You can sense as this game has sort of settled down that North Melbourne are trying to possess it more. From up here you can see that they're spreading the ground, trying to switch it, find those marks. Unfortunately, when a team has time to get well set in defence, this is a likely outcome at some stage, and Zach Merritt reading the short kick, and not the bloke you want to have kicking for goal.
Has added hitting the scoreboard to his game this year. The Essendon captain kicks a captain's goal. Brings it back to 1 point. 2-1-13 the Dons, the Roos 2-2-14. 26 minutes played in this opening term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui.
Oh, don't you love that, Zach, when you say you don't want this bloke kicking for goal and he just knocks it right through the eye diddle. You're right, it's a possession game. I'm not sure it suits North Melbourne just yet. It might be the way they go down the track, but if we're talking about effort and consistency, get the ball down the line and get numbers there and then fight and scrap. You know, if that was me in charge of the side, but well, I think they're trying to get things in place incrementally, and you know, obviously the possession side of things is, you know, you can't get better at it if you don't practice it. But unfortunately, it's just cost them 6 points.
Gave the double cobra up the Essendon captain, Zach Merritt, very much in the vein of Brett Delidio as we're back in the middle of the ground. The Bombers close within a point. Sherry wins down the tap against Goldstein. A chance for Sheasel to get the clearance. Kicks inside 50. Ben Mackay leads Pink to the footy. Can't hang on to it though. McGraw gathers the hand pass in the back pocket. Kicks out looking for Sardis. The foot race is on. And he's happy to see it out of play. There's a good chase by Taylor and a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Roos.
I'm not sure I ever gave the double cobra, to be completely honest with you. It just
fist pump though, show off there.
Oh yeah,
show off the bicep.
Absolutely, one hand in the air, one finger salute more than anything.
That's what you go with the point a bit, don't you, Zach?
Yeah, it's the height of cool.
And how much do you think about that celebration, Zach?
Far more than I should for how many goals I kicked.
Hind across half back for the Bombers. It's a risky kick, but it finds Heppel despite the late challenge of Lazaro. Kicks out to the far wing. The Bombers on the break. Kelly takes the mark in front of Dersma. Looks up towards half forward. Guelphy had a fair piece of it. The arms were chopped in the end by Aidan Corr. And a free kick the Bombers way centre wing. North Melbourne by a point. 29 minutes gone. Opening quarter on ABC Sport.
There is Guelphy on the logo. A low ball inside 50 in the Goldstein direction. Brings it to ground, follows up. Caldwell arrives. Goldstein trying to bend over and pick it up. It spills out. Fisher there for the Roos. Slick little handball away to Sheasel at halfback. Handball for Lazaro, close to the line. Out it goes, trying to come. Rory Campbell downstairs.
Hey guys, a short time ago, the Essendon doctors were looking at some vision on the bench. Just after that last goal, one of them ran out and had a quick chat with Jai Caldwell. Very brief. He stayed out on the ground, so maybe just monitoring him after a bit of a head knock earlier.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport, North by a point.
Sherry wins down the tap and then cannons into Goldstein. It spills out the way of Sheasel, gathers at half-back, slips over under pressure. Caldwell lays the tackle, shields his hand pass, chopped off by Merida, can't keep it alive. Trying to slap it back into play, 45 metres out from the Essendon goal. We saw that Charlie Comden chip back, picked off by Zach Merritt. That's the modern game, isn't it? The turnovers, the pressure, and it can be so telling when a team scores against you. Kangas so far have dominated the clearances, 13-6, and they lead by a point here. Thrown back in, Goldstein beautifully down to Caldwell across the face of goal, and it just goes through for a behind to the right. So scores are level at 14 apiece. Half an hour gone. Opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Short kick in from Fisher. Away to Bailey Scott. His dad Robert, of course, played in 4 grand finals. 1-1 with the Roos. He gets it back from Core. Drives it up to the wing for the Kangaroos. No one able to mark. Zurha follows up. Loses it momentarily. Gets it back. Hempel tackles him. Takes him to ground. Umpire says fling it in over the boundary line. Zurha was carried.
He's had 3 times the ball in his hands, hasn't been able to get rid of it just yet. He's had it over the boundary a couple of times, then that one tackled over the boundary.
Sunday footy on ABC Sports, scores level, 30 minutes into the opening term.
Toss back in. Goldstein takes front position against Sherry. Spills to the bat. Merritt tries to knock it on. Hempel gets a hand pass away. Durham through traffic. Didn't have a lot of options in the end. Hand passes it out to Perkins. Gathers centre wing. Inboard to Caldwell. Great vision. He plays on. Looks up inside 50. Right leads to the pocket. And he's got Dawson cold as he marks in the left forward pocket. Just waited to the last minute moment and then pointed in the direction in which he wanted the footy. And Jai Caldwell didn't let him down. 25 metres out in the left forward pocket. A chance for the Bombers to take the lead for the first time.
Yeah, not a lot the young fella could do there. He get a free 1v0, no pressure on the ball in the middle of the ground. Everywhere for Pete Wright to go. Makes it hard to defend.
Peter Wright starts his approach in the left forward pocket, looking to put the Bombers in front. And he does just that. Wright kicks truly. And the Bombers 3-2-20 lead North Melbourne 2-2-14. 31 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. You with Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
That's a hard part, Zach, when you're trying to defend as a big key back. It was that kick inside from Perkins, I think it was, that found Caldwell. The mids just caught napping at times there from North. It didn't swivel their heads, see who was free and available. Then to have no pressure on that ball and make them kick back over hands makes it incredibly hard for the key backs. But you give Pete Wright that sort of time and space, it's going to be very hard to stop. And we all know how beautiful a kick he is. Finished off very well.
He was goalless for the first time this year last week, so he'll be happy to have hit the scoreboard. Last 2 goals of the game, the way of the Dons. Umpire bounces it in the middle. Sherry runs past Goldstein to tap it down, looking for Davies Uniacke, paddling to his own advantage. Can't gather it, knocks it out in front of Lazaro. He knocks it on, half forward now for the Roos. Bouncing ball, Lazaro, Davies Uniacke. They work it out, Lazaro. Handball away to Shields, back to Davies Uniacke. He'll snap on the left inside 50. Kelly's there. Marks back pocket for the Dons. They lead it by 6 points.
Kick a drop pump there, I reckon. Give yourself some more, your forwards a better chance.
Kelly moves it up to Durham, who takes the mark at left half back. 33 minutes gone in the opening quarter, so a long opening term as he spots up Goldstein. Playing against his former side, takes the mark. So he gets some soft Bronx cheers from the North Melbourne fans. I'm not sure that's really fair as he plays on and tries to get a hand pass forward to Heppel, missed the intended target. Chance for Gresham, gets it back to Heppel, kicks end over end, works it to Stringer, 52 metres out, goes for home, Sardis in the goal square, takes the mark. He's just able to push off his opponent and take the mark directly in front. No more than 5 metres out from goal. And Elijah Sardis, who was the late inclusion, will kick after the quarter time siren. Came in for Darcy Parish. A chance for 3 goals on the trot for the Bombers to close out the opening quarter and extend their lead at the first break. Elijah Sardis is on the board. And the Bombers lead by 12 points at quarter time. 4-2-26 to North Melbourne, 2-2-14. The goals coming through Guelphy, Wright, Merritt and Sardis. Meanwhile for North Melbourne, their goals came through Davies-Uniacke and Pink. North kicked 2 of the first 3 goals of the match, with Bombers finished with the last 3.
Some off the SMS. If the AFL is worried about the dead rubber devaluing Thursday night's games, what about 2-minute score reviews? Bad for the game, trust the umps. Human error is a part of the game. We're heading towards the future of footy being AI and robots. Go North, go the umps, says Matt in Canberra. Lee in Glenorchy remembers that game, 171 to 159, 69 points up, 11 minutes into the second quarter, biggest comeback. Love the call, go the Roos. And Grandpa Jock is loving your input, Zach, too. He says, excellent addition to the team, insightful, informative and humorous. So quarter time, Essendon leading by 12 points. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Marshmallow Wars reignited beneath the dome. 4:50 stoppage here for the Dons. Goldstein and Sherry. Sherry able to bring it down to the front. Davies-Uniacke gets there. Tries to work his way through traffic. Gets it on the boot. Snaps on goal and pops it through. LDU on the board early. And a positive start from the Roos.
It's been an outstanding start from North Melbourne.
What I enjoy is the effort that they're putting in at the moment. They're putting Essendon under the pump.
Gresham gets the hand pass away to Heppel. Looks up inside 50, writes the tall target, sends it long to him, but Guelphy at the back. Game 100 this afternoon for Matt Guelphy. Looking for the Bombers first this afternoon. And Matt Guelphy steers it straight through the middle.
Oh, he turns it over here straight to Merritt, who stuck a fist in to swirl it, ballooned up and he marked it. The Essendon captain kicks the captain's goal.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So the Roos started well. They kicked 2 of the first 3 goals, but Essendon with the last 3 of the opening term to lead by 12 points at the first break. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Brett Delidio and Zach Tui.
Yeah, it was a fantastic first quarter, or at least a large part of that first quarter was excellent by North Melbourne. If they continue to compete in the middle, particularly at centre bounce, how they've been competing, they'll stay in this game for a very long time. I actually thought on the first 3 quarters of that game they looked like the better side. Essendon are just so damaging and so skillful by foot that they found a way to get back in front. But I reckon the next 10 minutes is very important for North, and if Luke Davies-Uniacke and his teammates inside continue competing, I like North to make this a really, really red-hot contest.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they've done well to make it more of a scrap, haven't they? They haven't allowed Essendon to get their freewheeling game up and going, and they've got some real power up front, Essendon, but they've been denied that, and I think that chip mark sort of game that we made a little bit of mention of, but not an over-possessive game though by North Melbourne. They've only had the 84 disposals in that quarter, 81 to Essendon, but it's the efficiency going forward that has probably given Essendon the edge. The inability probably of North just to finish their work. We've seen Larky a couple of times wheeling, getting it on the wing, but then kicking it basically to a turnover or over his forward's head. Just that inability to finish their work has probably let them down a couple of times. Then we see that the Combin chip inside that's read like a book by Zachy Merritt. Those sort of things can be really deflating to the confidence of a young side. You do so much right and then you just let it down with a costly little turnover. Can be really dampening. But look, they're going okay. They're in the fight for sure, which is better than where they have been, I think, in previous weeks.
Alistair Clarkson would have been pretty positive about certainly the first half of the quarter, and then they concede 3 goals in 7 minutes to close out. I mean, that's the challenge of young and developing sides, isn't it? That they often tire later in quarters, especially given it had been such a contested first quarter.
Yeah, and that's where you probably rely more on your senior players to do that, but they're probably bereft of that a little bit as well, and a lot gets left to younger developing players to really try and carry that load. I think that's something that Zach's team's done really well over the journeys. They've always had that mature body and mature heads to be able to wrestle that back when things aren't going to plan.
Yeah, I've never felt in my playing career that centre bounce and centre clearance has felt more important and more damaging. And one of the reasons is that you get it going forward as centre bounce. You don't need to worry about these back half turnovers. Yep. You don't have to worry about build-up play, and it doesn't have to be perfect. If you can get your guys ahead of the ball to create a contest, then every team in the league can set up a defence to lock it in there. The worry will be if Essendon get right on top and they do have to do this slow, methodical build-up from really deep in their back half. That's when Essendon will get these opportunities. But I would think Clarko's really happy with what he's seen. I've been impressed.
On Toby Pink's first goal in AFL footy after a 2-minute score review, but he got the desired result. It's probably not the celebration which we had back in the day.
I think it came off his pinky toe, didn't it?
It was small, yeah. But, it's a story to tell down the track. It's always... I remember my first goal. No doubt Zach still remembers his as well. It's something that you'll cherish.
Come on, Lids. I know you want to. Talk us through it.
Took it till round 4, actually, of my first year. And it bounced over someone's head through the goal square and then went through for goal. Not really that memorable.
We'll get to yours in a moment, Zach. Essendon lead by 12 points. Goldstein wins the opening tap. Down for Wardlaw. Can't gather the footy. Essendon onto it through Caldwell. Sweeping handball to Hind on the wing. Chips it short for Guelphy. Good hands. Holds onto it. High half forward off the Merritt by hand. He looks into the pocket. Leading Stringer. He hugs it to his chest on the burst. 45 out. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. Left half forward.
He'd have to be one of the best kicks in the AFL, I think, Zach Merritt, especially when he's got time like that. It wasn't a perfect kick by any stretch, but because the ball movement was fast, it didn't allow any North Melbourne defenders to get back and clog that space. Luke McDonald battling away, trying to get around Jakey Stringer. A hard task in itself.
Contract here for Jake Stringer. Talks progressing. Boot to ball from 50. He flares it out to the right, and in the end it's punched through. Minor score. Opening minute of this second term. 4-3, 27 plays. 2-2-14, Essendon lead. All right, Zach, your first goal.
It was actually out here, left of screen. 55 was an absolute shank off the foot, but flew 60.
And with the family back in Ireland, were they across it? Did they recognise the milestone, or you had to send it to them?
I didn't appreciate how big a deal it was, so they certainly wouldn't have.
Fisher kicks up towards Zerha, can't take the mark. A chance here for Lazaro and Stevenson. Stevenson tries to knock it forward. He was taken when not in possession. Davies Uniacke takes the advantage. Hand pass to Wardlaw, looks up towards half forward. Beautiful way to kick. He finds Harry Sheasel right on the paint of 50, directly in front. Does he have this in his kit bag, do you think, Lids? Can he kick 50?
Oh, he's a beautiful kick of the ball. I think here with no wind or anything like that, there's every chance that he'll be able to go the journey, and because you can run around the mark a little bit more these days.
Just the 4 goals in his career. The youngster picked 3 back in 2022. Hasn't missed a game in the last 2 seasons. Looking to close the gap here for the Roos. He veers out to the right, looking for every millimetre. It's right to the goal line. A chance for a mark, and it's claimed. Zerha on the goal line claims it. All eyes are on Nick Larkey. And a good run and jump from Cam Zerha. For his first of the afternoon. Point blank range, opening goal the second quarter, goes the way of the Kangaroos as Cam Zerha pops it through, and the margin is pulled back once more to 7 points for the Kangas after the Bombers kicked the last 3 goals of the opening quarter. 4-3-27 Essendon to North Melbourne 3-2-20. 2.5 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. You're Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
Yeah, I think Sheasel, this is where North Melbourne need to start getting the ball in his hands in that kind of forward third. He played against us down in Geelong, and he cleaned up everything in the back half for North, and he is just immaculate by foot. He's an amazing decision maker. He knows how to find the footy. But if I was a North Melbourne fan, would take 10 possessions less per game, but give him the 20 that he gets in the front half, because although that kick fell short, he is up there with Zachy Merritt and these types as the best users in the league.
As a half forward or as a pure mid? Where would you like to see him?
Outside the contest. Yeah.
Bounce back in the middle. Sherry hooking it down, trying to get there. Davies Uniacke, but Caldwell beats him to it. Releases Merritt. Cruising by. Beautiful kick. And Wright's on the end of it. Hooked it across his body to all of the space and invited Wright to come and get it. And he dutifully did.
Yeah, case in point really there with what we're talking about with Zach Merritt. It's very hard again, and I'm probably making an excuse for the young fella on debut defending, but geez, Zach Merritt with that much time and space to be able to just pull that across his body, saw the fat side, beautiful kick.
Peter Wright kicked a goal in the first term. He's got a couple, and Essendon answer North's early goal in the second. Back out by 13, 5-3-33 plays 3-2-20. 4 minutes into the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
He's just a brilliant footballer. Like, he really is. He's fun to watch. He's a nightmare to play on. He's kind of more diminutive than the traditional big-bodied mid these days, but he finds it in traffic, and if he gets it into space, you're right, Lids, it's just undefendable. It's undefendable at the best of times, but when you've got somebody of his calibre delivering like that, I mean, Peter Wright couldn't help but mark that footy.
Isn't it great that that's what it takes in our game, all types? You know, smaller stature, but one of the absolute best kicks we've seen. You know, yes, you can have your big Bontempellis and your Paddy Cripps and whatever else, but you've got also your Zach Merritts, your Andy McGraths down back, and Caleb Daniels at the other end of the spectrum.
He's had 5 disposals, Zach Merritt, but a couple of lace-out passes inside 50. It is part of the Essendon revolution. Here is Jakey Stringer getting the clearance in the middle of the ground, gets the hand pass to Perkins, and Langford on the lead. Just couldn't hang on. A late challenge from Core. Careful not to give away the free kick. Tucker gathers at half-back, swings one way then the other, up towards Lazaro. He's in a tangle with McGrath. And off hands it goes out of play for a throw-in. Left half forward for the Bombers, not far from where Rory Campbell's watching on.
Just an update from quarter time, guys. No follow-up from the Essendon doctors with Jai Caldwell, so you'd think he's all clear. Tristan Sherry had a brief chat with the North Melbourne doctor, but he seems to be all fine.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Thanks, Rory. Umpire brings it back in. Goldstein works to the front, lays it down for Perkins, just buffeted off his kick, gets it again. Wardlaw coming through. He's wrapped up. Can't come away with the footy, a ball up. So, Zach, you said you didn't realise how big a deal it was when he kicked your first goal. Not a big thing in Ireland?
Not traditionally, no. And when I remember the players swarming me, not fully sure what was going on. So it's, yeah, I didn't appreciate it at all.
13 points, Essendon's lead. Goldstein misses it. Sherry takes it out of the ruck. He'll thump a kick around the wing. Mackay getting back there, can't take the mark. Spills it to ground level. Zerha there. North in possession. High free kick. Zerha with it forward of the wing for the Roos.
He wants to come inboard, just the 15, where Sheasel takes the mark. He's between wing and half forward. Shields floats around the back. He can chip it over the top into space. He marks it right half forward.
Hold on.
Still 2 kicks out from goal. He could have probably taken on Hind on the mark. The side against it, goes very short. Mark dropped by Tucker, regathers, back to Shield, tries to chip it over the top to Sheasel, coming over the top. Andy McGrath was able to easily spoil that out of play. The kick just hung in the air for a little bit too long. And a boundary thrown at right half forward for the Kangas. Essendon leading by 13 points. 7 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Hind alongside Wardlaw with a defensive job. Perkins alongside Davies Uniacke is thrown back into play. Goldstein and Sherry spills down towards Sheasel, but it's Hind who gets the hand pass away to Merritt through traffic. Martin kicks up towards Wright in a tangle with Dawson. Wright trying to get back onto it, sliding in. Luke McDonald.
Oh, come on.
And insufficient intent. Oh, goodness
come on.
me. Unless that went out on the full, that seems especially harsh.
Jeez Louise. They got the quota, I told you that, Benny. Yeah, they got a quota, they got to fill.
All right, with the free kick, sends the Dons inside 50. Jones launching at it off his hands. It falls to the feet of the pack. Combat on top of it. What's the number, Lids?
Oh, just whenever you see an opportunity, pay it. I couldn't tell you the number, but there's some dubious ones that get paid, and that was right up there.
Inside 50 for the Dons. Sherry arriving late, gets his hands to it, comes down for Hobbs. Doing the silly salmon, it spits out. The umpire lets them rumble. Davies Uniacke, he can't take it out of there. Perkins goes in. And in the end, a free kick's been picked out. It'll go to Davies Uniacke. So inside defensive 50 for the Roos. Dons by 13 points, 8 minutes into the second.
Out to Tucker, who takes the mark at right half back. Essendon 5-3-33 to North Melbourne 3-2-20. The Roos kicked 2 of the first 3 goals of the match. The Bombers with the last 3 of the quarter. Not a great kick, and Durham tries to make it work for the Bombers. Hand pass to Hobbs, they're away here. Martin inboard. Missed Gresham. He's got enough time to regather. Top of the 50. Chips it out to the leader, Peter Wright. On the bounce in front of he and Dawson. Dawson works him underneath. Gathers. Hand pass inboard. Missed the intended target, although Martin overran the footy. McDonald gets the hand pass away to Scott. His kick turned over. Hobbs gathers. Pokes it inside 50. And the mark is taken by Jones. Pretty much directly in front. 25 metres out from goal. Not the prettiest couple of moments from both sides. And in the end, the Bombers with a chance to try and make it count.
Yeah, it was Liam Shields' kick. He did not see the Essendon player there whatsoever. Kicked it straight to him. Then there was riddled with a few errors, as you called, Clinchy. Wasn't a great bit passage of play. Good turnover and good composure by Hobbs to find Jones directly in front.
8 goals, 6 for Harry Jones in his 5th season, trying to find his way in the AFL. The key forward comes in and extends it as wide as it's been for the Bombers. A 19-point lead. 6-3, 39 to the Kangas, 3-2, 20. The Bombers with the last 2 goals of the match with Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's important now North don't let their heads drop. There's been a couple of suspect turnovers. That's going to happen. That's going to happen for every side. But they're right in this game. And Essendon have started to flex a little bit inside at centre bounce. We talked about how important that is. They're starting to find numbers inside in the corridor, which makes it incredibly hard to defend. But this guy, Harrison Jones, he's an awkward type to play on, and he's got sticky hands. We talked about it already. He's done some remarkable things in his career to this point, but he could be special.
Out of contract at season's end?
You'll hit a trigger. So no.
Restart in the middle, knocked down by Sherry. Off to Powell, who kicks the Roos inside 50. Bouncing ball, Wardlaw fighting after it, spills out of his hands. Getting there. Dersmer able to shovel out a handball towards the half-forward flank. Tucker tackled quickly. Onto him, Caldwell. Now the Dons back in possession. Sardis. Handball off to Merritt, his skipper. Ball tumbles out of bounds. And a throw to come. Is he a Mac Sports client?
Yeah.
So just
inside information.
Just explain to our listeners what it means when they hit a trigger.
Well, he had a clause in his contract that he plays a certain amount of games. He's guaranteed another contract the following year.
So would that normally be for a year, or would they renegotiate at that stage?
Yeah, for another year.
19 points, Essendon's lead from the throw-in. Wardlaw trying to fight on, shovels it out to Tucker, kick smothered. Ricochets into the middle, McDonald going after it. Whistle on the play, free kick. It'll go to McDonald. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 if you want to get involved.
Luke McDonald goes short to Powell, still in the centre square as North Melbourne look for their second goal of the term. The Bombers are the last 2. Powell sends it long in the direction of Larkey. He flies with Mackay off the hands of Sherry. Pink in the back, tries to get a boot to it. Can he come up with another goal? He can't, as Heppel rushes it through for a minor score. An 18-point lead, the Bombers' way. 12 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
5 of the last 6 goals of the game going the way of the Dons. Leaded by 18 points. Redmond taking the kick in. Laces out a pass to a leading Caldwell. Marks on the half-back flank. Gives it to Heppel. Into trouble. Davey Juniak gets him. Just gets a handball away. Redmond comes in to help out. Handball to Kelly. Handball back to Caldwell. Low bullet-like pass up to the wing, and Jones working between the arcs. Comes up to take the mark. On the wing. City side of the ground here at Docklands. Jones will send the Dons towards half forward. Right coming up. Arrives late. Marks it. 2 metre Peter. Wheels around. Looks into the pocket. Lateral leading Guelphy. He marks 40 out. Just in from the boundary line in the forward pocket.
There's a real breakdown there, Zach. I'm not sure what happened. Guelphy all on his own. He's being chased by the ruckman down there. I'm not sure what happened and whose opponent he was at the time, but someone handed over, and one of my old coaches was, you never hand over with a ruckman, you just see it out.
He's right next to someone in the front row who has a sign that says, I want a selfie with Guelphy. So don't mind. A little bit of rhyming. Guelphy on the drop punt, 45 out. It looks pretty good.
Wow.
He's in his imperial phase, and he points to the fan in the crowd. 7-3-45 plays 3-3-21. 13 minutes into their second term, and the dam wall might just be bursting. Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey on Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you called it, Brett. There was certainly a breakdown in defence for Guelphy to find that much space. You can see the handover bottom of the screen here. It's a call that comes late. It happens from time to time. You'd be disappointed if you're part of the defence, but Guelphy with an outstanding finish, and he's playing some good footy at the minute. He's looking extremely likely yet again this week. He's just about career best form.
It's a good pickup, yeah. He kicked 3 goals last week. He has 2 before half-time today. Take a photo of that finish as he was able to nail it through the big sticks from the right forward pocket. And the Bombers have made their move. They lead by 24 points with 6 of the last 7 goals of the match. The Roos get a clearance up towards Curtis at half forward. Tries to put a boot into it from the kick of Powell. It trickles out of play in front of Kelly and Larkey for a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Kangaroos. 7-3-45 the Bombers to North Melbourne 3-3-21. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Rory Campbell down the boundary. Zach Toohey and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport. Trying to take it out of the ruck. Right knocks it down to the front. Hind races after it. Little toe poke towards the boundary. If the umpire is consistent, that should be insufficient intent. It's a throw in between wing and half forward for the Kangaroos.
There's no one there in front of him when he was kicking it to. It's actually worse than Luke McDonald's.
Lockie and Kingsley in WA listening on. Great to have you with us. It's my home suburb as well. Is it? Lids.
Oh, there you go.
And also Josh Bowler, who's the fixture maker at the AFL these days.
Oh, yeah.
Grew up on the same street, Lids. You'll be pleased to know.
Yep.
Essendon by 24 points, 15 minutes into this second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
It's probably not the most famous person you could have gone with it, you know.
No, but most famous person off the street.
Ben knows lots of people, though. He's got more front than Meyer in terms of talking to people. There's no worries there.
More front than Meyer. I like that.
Umpire brings it back in. Pink doing the ruck work. Wins it for the Rouge. Sheasel off the Taylor. Tumbles the ball inside attacking 50. Bouncing ball for Larkey. Gathers the footy after Zerha. Tries to fend off. Eventually gets rid of it to Larkey. And now a flying shot from Paul Curtis. Misses left. 23 points. The Dons lead. Quarter hour mark of the second term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Interesting call by Josh to not put any more Thursday night fixtures for the rest of the season. What do you think, Lids?
I'm a bit with Zach that I enjoy watching footy. You know, my wife doesn't, but it gives me something to do on a Thursday when she goes off the netball. So, bring it back if you can.
Redmond kicks out towards half back. It bounces end over end and goes out of play in front of Caldwell at half back and Powell. So you're sort of, you're happy to have it, but you're not losing any sleep that we're not having.
No. There's plenty of footy.
Just feel like it takes a game out of the weekend and gives us something to talk about on a Friday rather than continuing to preview the weekend's footy. Thrown back in. Davies Uniacke can't get boot to it. Sheasel's locked up. Taken away by Perkins, and the umpire will ball it up. At left half forward for the Kangas. The Bombers leading by 23 points.
Pink slapping it down, trying to gather it quickly. There is Perkins, unable to do so. Going again. Eventually it spits out. Martin coming away with the footy. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick. A little throw from Archie Perkins. Free kick going to Powell. Gives it off to Sheasel. Half forward for the Roos. Going to full forward. Larkey goes up. Mackay spoils it down. A Roos player ended up on the ground. Stevenson takes the advantage and snaps the goal. Ends a run of 3 consecutive majors for the Dons, the 4th of the afternoon. 4-4-28 plays, 7-3-45, back to 17 points, 17 minutes into the second. Sunday footy here on ABC Sports. Zach Toohey, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it was just a push out from Laverde on Dersma. Didn't really need to do it. It was never going to be in the contest, I don't think, but whistle went and Jaden Stevenson took full advantage. You always like those if you're in and out of form and needing to, find a goal. Nothing better than one of those, Zach.
You'd want to kick it.
Yeah, I was going to say, all's well that ends well. If he had missed it, it might have been a different conversation.
Yeah.
We always mention that. Do the coaches actually bring it up with you? Do they say, mate?
I'd never do it. I'm always team first. Brett.
I wouldn't. Mate, my old man taught me to play the percentages.
Jaden Stevenson's kicked 6 straight for the season, so maybe he was the right man to take the advantage. Tristan Sherry tries to gather the clearance, puts his head over the ball. He's tackled and brought down in the size mismatch. Good effort by Ben Hobbs to lock the ball up between the centre circles and centre half forward for the Kangaroos. Right wins down the tap against Sherry. Sliding in, Shields tries to knock it out. A chance for Heppel for the Bombers. Hand pass to Stringer. One way, then the other. Hand pass out to Martin on the wing. He races after the loose footy. Gathers in front of Powell. Looks up towards half forward and kicks to Caldwell, who marks on his chest. Flows onto his right-hand side, and with a lace-out kick inside 50, it bounces off the chest of Jones. And in the end, Guelphy couldn't keep it alive, and it goes out of play for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Hang on, a Kangas free kick, as Aidan Corr was dealt with in the marking contest in the eyes of the umpire, so North will get the free kick in the left back pocket. Essendon leading by 17 points, 19 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
It's an interesting chat to have, though, about that taking advantage versus not when we get a next chance.
Corr with the long kick up to the wing, arriving late. Sherry, ball hits the deck. There's a whistle somewhere? No. Yes, eventually. Umpire Williamson coming in to award Essendon a free kick, going the way of Dyson Heppel, who's having himself a good year. Heppel on the logo, kicks to half forward, right, hands to it, doesn't complete it. Guelphy mops up after Stringer, steps around one, a little herky-jerky, then a snap towards goal, and Stevenson's back. He marks at fullback for the Roos. Essendon by 17 points. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport.
Stevenson on the last line of defence, having hit the last goal, plays on. Around Davey, kicks up towards half-back. Zerha tries to use his body. Laverty in from the side, makes the spoil. Spills to Hobbs, he's tackled by Shields. Careful not to fall on his back, and the umpire will ball it up. It's 50 metres out from the Bombers' goal. It's Essendon who lead by 17 points. Got out by 24 in this second quarter. After right was shoved out of it by Sherry, gets the clearance, kicks up towards Larkey. He's caught behind, and Laverty takes the mark. Larkey tried to get a fist in there, couldn't do so. And Jaden Laverty marks centre wing.
He veers out to the right, sends the Dons back inside 50. Massive pack forms. Jones in front of it. Guelphy at the back, can't rove it. The Roos are there. Miller-Bergman, handball away towards Sherry. His quick kick. Wardlaw juggles it down. Other hands involved. Play on. Now they're under pressure. Scott to Tucker. He'll cut a sway through them and kick up to the wing where Larkey can mark for the Roos.
Hand pass away to Zerha on the run. They're on the break downhill here north. He kicks out in front of Curtis. The foot race is on. Trying to gather. McGrath off his chase. Can't take it cleanly. Paul Curtis now in a tangle at left forward pocket. Yeah, the reinforcements arrive. Kelly comes. Curtis tries to knock it out to Zerha. Couldn't gather cleanly. Apple gets the hand pass away. Laverty, the Bombers clear. Kicks over the head of Harry Jones and Fisher. Fisher races after it for the Roos. Tries to gather. Jones gathers him and lays a big tackle. Tackles him end over end. Still no whistle as Bergman was ridden into the turf. And Guelphy probably got away with a tackle in the back there. The umpires have swallowed their whistle on the outer wing.
Didn't they? What? That was a great tackle by Harry Jones on a smaller player.
Sherry backhands it for Lazaro. North in possession on the wing. City side of the ground. Handball to Bergman. Works his way through them. Handball to Shields. Wardlaw, clever tap to Sheasel. His handball releases Scott. Gives it off to Powell. He'll give it back to Scott. Through the attacking edge of the square. Short kick. And on the end of it, Curtis Taylor. Well worked by the Roos.
Another thing that my old man taught me was to never turn your back on the play. You could always have someone in a better option. I reckon young Curtis Taylor has left two players there just sizzling on the barbecue. Zerha and, can't see, is that Darcy Tucker maybe?
Yeah.
The wingman.
We'll write that in the book of block.
That's it.
With all of his wisdom. Essendon by 17 points. Curtis Taylor, 45 out. His drop punt is coming back. It's there. Taylor time for the Roos. And they bring it back to just 11 points. 7-3-45 the Dons. North Melbourne 5-4-34. 22 and a half into the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui.
You'd go to him and say, well, you'd want to kick it now because there'd be some feedback coming if you didn't. But well done to Curtis Taylor. I mean, just first game back this year after spending some time in the twos. Dealing with a bit of a back injury, a couple of different things from what I've been told. Good finish, though. Good composure, too, from Scott. I thought maybe Powell might have pulled the trigger and got that into Larkey out the back, but the extra handball just allowed Scott to make that good decision. Taylor sneaking into a little hole.
First time today that they've kicked back-to-back majors, the Roos.
6-year Kangaroo Curtis Taylor out of contract at season's end, as Liv's made mention, has been working away at VFL level, kicked 20 disposals and a goal last week. Back in the middle of the ground, Merritt tries to get the clearance of the Bombers and no chance to break away. Durham's locked up in Perkins. In fact, it was in the middle of the ground, gathered by Davies-Uniacke. Tristan Sherry tries to take it to the ruck, kicks north up towards half forward, charging out. Kelly couldn't gather, a chance for Larkey. Fend off on Ben Mackay, he's tackled and gone. And the North Melbourne full forward trying to create something there, but was caught cold by the former Kangaroo Ben Mackay. Works it to Martin, chips out to the right back pocket. Andy McGrath takes the mark. Of course, our listeners in South Australia at halftime will head across to Yatapulti, taking on Hawthorn. As the Bombers gather across half-back, McGrath involved once more, kicks up to Perkins, marks centre wing, spots Kelly free in the middle of the ground. There's options aplenty. Caldwell can mark. He's got Hind out on the wing. He realises out on the broadcast side, kicks out at left half forward, chips a kick inside 50, and Guelphy comes charging out and hugs the mark to his chest. That was beautiful build-up by the Bombers.
Yeah, finding a lot of room, especially on this near side wing. You called it. Hind had plenty of space. Another one of those really damaging ball users that you can't really afford to give that much time to, and the North Melbourne defence wouldn't be enjoying that type of service at all.
Matt Guelphy's kicked multiples in 3 of his 4 games this season. He's got 2 already, looking for a third before half-time. Pretty much directly in front, 45 metres out. Looking to extend the Bombers' lead once more. Matt Guelphy comes in and drags it left. And a minor score. 12 points the Bombers lead at the 25-minute mark of the second quarter on ABC Sport.
He's the star of last week. Matt Guelphy, as much for his work off the ground as on it. Short kick from Fisher to Scott. And he goes laterally to Core. Former teammate of Brett Delidio.
Apples.
Old Apples. There's a bit of Irish heritage as well.
Does. Especially when he's had a couple.
They just work it around inside the defensive 50, short to Davies-Uniacke and on to McDonald, who goes back to Davies-Uniacke. Essendon by 2 goals. On to Scott, still not beyond the defensive 50. Now they are with the kick up to the wing. Paul Curtis can't take the mark. Sport down behind, Essendon back on it.
Nick Martin gets the hand pass back to Redmond. Looks up towards half forward. Davey has a couple of metres space on Scott. He marks it left half forward. Veers out to the right. Stringer's the deepest target. He sends it towards him. And Harry Jones is trying to get there late, but a good mark. Charlie Comben takes the mark just 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Growing in confidence in his new role. He switches across half back. And Wardlaw marks in the left back pocket. Plays on with that black boots. He kicks up towards Taylor. He marks it left half back. Was taken high in the marking effort, and he wants to move it quickly. Out to Lazaro. And left half back, he turns and comes inboard to Wardlaw once more. Not really a clear avenue forward as he marks at left half back.
Grew up as an Essendon fan, George Wardlaw. Playing against the team he barracked for. Drives it up towards half. Massive fly! Unable to drag it down in the end. Zurhari got high. It was an airborne ball for a moment, and now he's pinned holding the ball. That's unjust, really. He did drag it back in once he hit the deck. Yep, pigs flying. That was nearly bulls flying, wasn't it?
As Jake Kelly tries to find an avenue out of defence for the Bombers, goes short to Nick Martin. He has it at left half back. Essendon by 12 points, 7-4-46 to North Melbourne, 5-4-34. The Bombers have threatened on a couple of occasions. They got out by 24 points in this second quarter. The kick looking for Hobbs. He's cannoned into by Core. And off hands it goes out of play in front of the 2 benches. Of course, for our South Australian audience, if you want to keep listening to this game, the ABC Listen app, we have every game of the AFL season covered for you. So if the game you're looking for is not on your radio, just click on the AFL Extra button on the ABC Listen app. Toss back into play. Sherry and Goldstein tangle once more. Sherry wins down the tap. Davies-Uniacke can't get a disposal away. Tackled by Perkins and Durham. And the umpire will ball it up.
Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. The first of 3 games this afternoon. Powell trying to spin out of trouble. Gets a handball away. Scott mops up across halfback for the Roos. Off to Tucker. Tucker will handball it to Sheasel on the wing. Gives it back to Tucker. Run down. Durham's got him. Holding the ball. Free kick on the wing for the Dons.
He's a beauty, isn't he?
Yep, Durham. They lead it by 12 points. Goes infield to McGrath. After Laverty. Handball forward to Redmond. Looking inside 50. Low ball for Guelphy. Overshoots him. Guelphy follows up. Slaps it to Stringer. On to the left. Snaps on goal and misses. A little narrow. It's been a little misdirected, the package today. Essendon by 13 points. Nearly half-time in this one.
Quickly brought back into play to Sheasel, who works it to Fisher. He marks still inside the defensive 50. What to give the Bombers out of 10 in the first half, Lids? Given we set it all up around their sort of consistency and their endeavour.
6.5.
Kick from Bailey Scott is out on the floor looking for Jaden Stevenson. And the free kick to go the Bombers' way. I feel like North has given a good account in this first half.
Absolutely.
I feel like we've seen the absolute best of the Bombers, though. As Hine comes inboard, Perkins takes the mark centre wing. Archie Perkins ignores Andy McGrath short, decides to send a long ball in the direction of Guelphy, and a tangle with McDonald in from the side. Charlie Comben takes the mark, and he marks 40 metres out from his defensive goal, goes short to Jaden Stevenson, who marks it right half back. Gets a goal in the second quarter as the Kangaroos trail by 13 points.
Stevenson points long like Babe Ruth, kicks up to the wing. Larkey leading, punched away from him by Mackay. Tucker Rose wrenched down in a tackle, held in. Umpire wants to ball it up.
That's a couple of times now. I've seen Curtis do it before as well, and now Larkey. Get your jukes out, boys. Try and take it out in front.
That's a man. He'd be screaming, Lids. As from the ball up, tapped on by Stevenson. Sheasel, handball to Davies Uniacke. His handball releases Sheasel. Kicks into the pocket and out the back. Dersman's able to mark. 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
That's why Zach wants him in the front half. Look at that. That lace out, finds Dersma all on his own. Just got out the back, Dersma. Snuck out behind Kelly. Kelly probably taking the front position, thinking there's going to be a little bit more heat on the ball, but right under Sheasel. See the young fella finish his work here.
The only 18-year-old out there today. One of 3 teenagers. Kicked 4 in the VFL last week after the siren.
Nice.
He drills it through the middle. A team lifter on the stroke of half-time. And it's only 7 points. 7-5-47 plays 6-4-40 at the main break. And the goal kickers in this game for the Kangaroos, all singles. Stevenson, Taylor, Dersma, Davies Uniacke, Pink and Zerha, while for Essendon, their goal kickers, Peter Wright, Matt Guelphy with a couple, and Harrison Jones, Sardis, and also their captain, Merritt. Our experts here on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport, Brett Delidio and Zach Tui. How did you see it?
Well, it was a fantastic finish there from young Dersma. And good reward, I think, for North Melbourne. You know, they've put up a pretty good fight here in this first half. What you'd be disappointed if you're a North fan is that they'll go away thinking, we're job's half done, and then we don't come out and continue to take the fight to Essendon. We haven't seen probably the best of Essendon just yet. As I said, probably 6.5, 7 maybe in terms of their rating overall, but they're doing enough to keep their noses in front. But you've got to be impressed, Zach, I think, with North Melbourne's want to stay in this fight.
Talked about effort at the very start of the game. We understand that North are in a development phase of their journey this year. It doesn't mean that they won't have big wins and cause some upsets, but if they can stay in this contest late in the game, confidence will grow. That's what happens when you play younger teams that have talent. If the belief is there late in the game, those guys can sometimes find something even a little bit extra, even compared to the more experienced teams. So I've really enjoyed North. This is a great sign for them.
And maybe not giving North enough credit. 4-2 in that quarter to the Bombers 3-3. Just the 5th quarter they've won for the year. The second quarter they've won for 2024. So you're looking for those little signs
wins
to sort of reassure everyone that you're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, so kicked the last 3 goals of that term as well after they kicked the first, and then Essendon kicked 3 goals in between. So just 7 points. They'll be a little tetchy in the rooms at Essendon. When do you start to worry? Do you get a little nervous at halftime?
Oh, I think it's more about the message that comes from the coach. If he comes in all
flustered,
guns blazing, saying, what are we doing? We can't let this slip, and then the doubt starts to creep in. But he's like, right, boys, reset. Let's get going back to what we know works. And if he's calm and spreads a calm message, I think that helps a hell of a lot. Whereas, you come in and he starts tearing paint off the walls, then it's you can start to feel the nerves. And if they get the first one, then that's when the doubt really creeps in.
Yeah, it's framing. I agree with that completely. It's kind of how you frame these things. If you're Essendon, the last thing you need is to go in feeling like you're really underperforming at the minute. This is AFL. Every team is capable of putting up a really good fight, and you expect Essendon to respond and get closer to their best in the second half. But this is top flight footy, and this sometimes happens. And yeah, we're in for a pretty good game of footy here.
You'd have a pretty good idea. I mean, someone who shares Brad Scott's DNA coaches you fairly regularly, so you'd have half an idea as to what Brad Scott might be like. Coaching against his old side, though, maybe a little bit extra in it. He might be a little edgy, no pun intended, around the Essendon edge at half-time. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey. Rory Campbell's downstairs, Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch calling all of the action. Lots of SMSs rolling through, but at half-time, 7-5-47 plays 6-4-40. The Dons leading by 7. Okay, if you're listening in South Australia, listen to this. Right after the news, you'll be heading to the pre-game of Yardapulti and also Hawthorn. If you wish to listen to this game or continue listening to it, you can find us on the ABC Listen app under the AFL button. If you're in any other state, you can find the pre-game coverage of that game on the AFL Extra button. So the ABC Listen app is always your best friend. Just go there, look for the toggles. But just repeating, if you are in SA, you'll be heading to Yardapulti and Hawthorn. If you wish to continue listening to this game, I'll spit it out, then you can find us on the ABC Listen app under the AFL button. Okay, Essendon by 7 points. Time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Hello, ABC News with Tanmay Navada. The Federal Treasurer insists cutting migration would only have a marginal impact on housing availability across the country. Opposition leader Peter Dutton used his budget reply speech during the week to promise to cut Australia's permanent migration intake, along with cuts to international students and skilled workers. He suggested the cuts would free up tens of thousands of homes. But speaking on Insiders, Treasurer Jim Chalmers says reducing migrant numbers would have nowhere near the impact Mr Dutton is suggesting.
None of these other things can be substitutes for building more homes, and that's why that's our focus, one of our main focuses in the budget.
But does cutting migration help?
At the margins at best.
Thousands of Israeli protesters have continued demands for the Prime Minister to step down as a key member of his war cabinet threatens to resign. Benny Gantz is calling on Benjamin Netanyahu to outline a post-war strategy for the Gaza Strip, setting a June 8th deadline for a plan to achieve 6 strategic goals. Mr Netanyahu has dismissed it, saying it would mean defeat for Israel. But protester Noam Faghi says the country needs to change course.
This government is taking our country to places that I don't want to see my country go to. And I don't think that's where my parents and grandparents that helped build this country wanted to see this country going to. Wherever we go, I see corruption, I see lack of hope, I see lack of vision.
2 teenagers have been charged over a nighttime armed robbery of a Perth supermarket. Premila Ratnam reports.
WA police say a 16-year-old boy and a 13-year-old boy allegedly tried to leave a Kelmscott supermarket without paying for a number of items just after midnight yesterday morning. One of the teens allegedly attempted to access a concealed knife after a security guard tried to stop them from leaving the store. Police say both the teen and security guard sustained minor injuries during the altercation. The 16-year-old has been charged with aggravated armed robbery and is due to appear before the Perth Children's Court today, while the 13-year-old was charged with stealing and is due to appear in the Perth Children's Court next month.
Nearly 200 New South Wales households have been made emergency foster care homes in the past year. Emergency foster carers look after a vulnerable child or group of siblings at short notice. The state government says the shortage of foster carers has meant thousands of children are placed in hotels, motels and caravan parks, which can cost more than $2 million a year per child. The state's Minister for Families and Communities, Kate Washington, says the government is taking urgent action to boost the number of care homes.
In just 12 months, we've recruited 189 emergency foster care households. We've got another 145 in the pipeline. That's meant that 670 kids coming into the system have had somewhere safe and stable to go instead of a hotel, motel or caravan park.
Back overseas, former US President Donald Trump says defending the Constitution's Second Amendment right to bear arms is a key aspect of his campaign. The presumptive Republican nominee has gained the official endorsement of the National Rifle Association and is urging members to make sure they vote in November's general election. Addressing an NRA event in Texas, Mr. Trump has accused the current president, Joe Biden, of trying to strip gun owners' rights.
It's time for a president who will replace weakness with strength, turn poverty to prosperity, and vanquish Joe Biden's corrupt tyranny with a great restoration of American freedom. We have to do that.
An opposition candidate in Venezuela has promised that all political parties will be allowed to operate freely if he beats President Nicolas Maduro in July's election. Former diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez has been chosen by an opposition coalition in place of its first choice, Maria Corina Machado, after the Supreme Court upheld a ban on her holding office. Mr. Gonzalez says his main goal is a dignified future for the country.
I want to call on all Venezuelans to join me in a peaceful and orderly change of government. We're going to move from division to union, from the abuse of a few to the rule of law for all.
And in sport, Alexander Usyk is the undisputed heavyweight boxing world champion after a split decision victory over Tyson Fury in Saudi Arabia. Two judges scored in Usyk's favour, with the other giving it to Fury. The 37-year-old Ukrainian is the first boxer to hold all four major heavyweight belts at the same time and the first undisputed champ since Lennox Lewis in 2000. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
Oh, mornings.
Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge now? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad.
Oh, we're listening.
Thank goodness there's Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV. And always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Beautiful way to kick. He finds Harry Sheasel right on the paint of 50. De Beers out to the right, looking for every millimetre. It's right to the goal line. A chance for a mark and it's claimed. Zerha on the goal line. Point blank range. Opening goal the second quarter. Goes the way of the Kangaroos.
Sherry hooking it down, trying to get there. Davies Uniacke, but Caldwell beats him to it. Releases Merritt. Cruising by. Beautiful kick. And right on the end of it. Kicked a goal in the first term. He's got a couple, and Essendon answer North's early goal in the second. 2 metre Peter wheels around, looks into the pocket, lateral leading Guelphy. He's right next to someone in the front row who has a sign that says, I want a selfie with Guelphy. Guelphy on the drop punt, 45 out. It looks pretty good. Wow. He's in his imperial phase and he points to the fan in the crowd. Kicks into the pocket and out the back. Dersman's able to mark. One of 3 teenagers kicked 4 in the VFL last week after the siren. Nice. He drills it through the middle. A team lifter on the stroke of half-time.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time between Essendon and North Melbourne, the Marshmallow Wars. 7-5-47 plays, 6-4-40 at half-time. Zane Dersma kicking a goal on the half-time siren. They've kicked 3 unanswered goals, North, to bring it back from a 24-point deficit to just 7 points at the main break. Simon has texted in. He says, what constitutes holding the ball these days? Good tackles not rewarded. Sit on a player and get a free. That's from Simon.
Yep. I agree. I think we don't reward some really good tackles. I'm all for giving the player an opportunity to stand up in it. Like we saw Zerha there in his ability to get it off to Larkey. Yeah, he spun through a tackle, but when you get one like the Harry Jones one out on the outer wing on a smaller player, Zach Fisher, pin the arms, get him down to ground, the ball just tumbles out. Now, I didn't see a replay that suggested that he handballed that. We need to reward that, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Look, and it's an incredibly difficult game to umpire, and the goalposts seem to get shifted quite often in terms of how they're expected to interpret these rules. So I do feel for them, and the game's getting quicker and all these things kind of come together to make these decisions really difficult. And what tends to happen is we focus on the ones they get wrong and not the 50 they've gotten right before that. So it's really difficult, but yeah, it can be frustrating.
Were you a part of the Steve McBurney catch-up down at the Cattery during the week, the umpire's boss?
No. It's
just the head coach.
Above my
Just
pay grade, that, yeah.
But that's the part, isn't it? We've got to make it easier for the umpires to adjudicate it, who have 4 or 5 scenarios running through their head as to was there prior intent? Did it come out in the tackle?
Yeah.
Did he try and take on the tackler? Like, there's so many elements to our unique game that make it so hard for umpires. And then the consistency for the fans is what we, week to week, try and work out as to whether it is being rewarded or whether it's not being rewarded.
What's worth mentioning with the umpiring here in Australia broadly, but certainly in the AFL, is that it's at an incredibly high level. I speak to guys who play at the top level back in Ireland, and they're blown away by the communication between players and umpires. So I think we have it pretty good with the calibre of umpiring, and we shouldn't kind of forget what it looks like in other sports, because anybody who hasn't grown up with this game that I know is blown away by how the communication lines are open between players and umpires.
I can say from playing a couple of local games in the last few weeks, in the respect overall for umpires has got so much better than what it ever used to be, and that's even from the spectator's point of view, from what you used to hear. When I was growing up, there was all sorts of abuse yelled out towards the umpires. I think we're getting a lot better, but
that's interesting.
Yeah, and it really, I was, because you get frustrated. I get frustrated when I'm playing, and I used to with the umpires as well. But I think we're getting to a point now where, and it's good to hear that Zach say that the communication with our umpires is so much better than what it ever has been. But it's revered and respected, I suppose, from other leagues and codes.
Which umpire do you have the best rapport with? Do you have a conversation with them?
I'm glad that's the one you asked, not which one.
Glass half full. Yeah.
Well, Stevie's been around a long time. I reckon Stevie's one of the best in the league. But there's a number of guys they umpire well into the hundreds.
Yeah.
So nobody's more across the game than them. So
it is an interesting dynamic. I mean, we've had the dissent rule over the last sort of 12 months. There was an incident last night where Caleb Sarong was doing the hold the ball gesture to try and help the umpires because he thought it was the free kick. So you want to have that balance where you can have a bit of banter and a bit of dialogue, but also do it in the right way that it's not disrespectful.
Well, and that's it, yeah.
My favourite one was they replayed it, I think, recently on the front part where Nick Vlosten got caught holding the ball and he turned to the umpire and said, "That's embarrassing." The umpire said, "Not for me," which was very good. Zach, I won't hammer you on it, but 7 wins to start, 3 losses in a row for the Cats. Should we be worried?
You shouldn't be. It's not ideal form line, but as is always the way, you're never quite as good as it looks when you're knocking wins out of the park every week, and you're certainly not as bad as it looks when you have a significant down day. And that was a significantly poor performance from us Thursday night up in Darwin, but not panic stations yet.
Do you think we could expect some changes? Well, obviously there's got some players to come back in, but will there be guys that are not just teetering on with their form? You might see a couple of changes?
Yeah, we're definitely going to see changes. I mean, we rotate guys pretty heavily at the best of times. We were doing that when we were winning games, and I mean, I don't think guys like Jez and Hawk are going to have to do too much running around the VFL to get their spot back. So there'll certainly be at least a few changes.
I didn't have Brett Deledio for follow-up investigative journalist question tonight here on my bingo card. The biggest story on Saturday night in Darwin, undoubtedly, Chris Scott rolling with a short-sleeve polo. First time ever I've seen him in a short-sleeve polo. He is a die-hard for the longie, and little change-up in the heat up there in Darwin.
Really observant of you, mate. I'm sure the listeners are pumped to hear that.
He doesn't mind whipping the top off in the heat room in the club. Oh, yeah.
Is that right?
You? Oh, why wouldn't you? He's in good nick, the big fella.
Yeah.
He is in good nick.
So you've got a big game against the Giants on Saturday twilight, Zach. Would you imagine you review that game against the Gold Coast Suns, extensively, or do you sort of go, that wasn't us, that was just a poor night at the office, let's focus back in on playing GWS at home?
Yeah, we'll review it exactly like we reviewed our Adelaide win in Adelaide and Brisbane win in Brisbane. It shouldn't change. It doesn't change with more experienced side. You shouldn't be able to tell if you walked into the Cattery Monday morning whether or not we won or lost the week before. And
no roller coasters.
No roller coasters. We understand it's a long season and you're going to have these performances. So we'll review it exactly like we do every week.
So I'm sure the listeners will be curious about that because there's so much external noise in footy today. But from a senior sort of experienced player, the consistency is the key. Regardless of whether you win or lose, the review process is relatively similar despite Thursday night not being a great night.
Yeah, I've seen it all. We've seen it all as a club. We've been competing right at the very top for a long time. And these things happen more often than probably people maybe realise. And we'll review it and address some of the issues, because there was clearly some issues in our performance. But it's not panic stations.
Well, it's interesting. I remember Lingy said that on your Sunday show, Clinchy, that was one of their core values during their successful period, 07 through to 11, that they basically said, look, whether we win, lose, draw, whatever, Monday morning you won't be able to tell the difference. We'll do everything exactly the same. So good to see that that's sort of continued on. Was it always like that down there at Hunt Road, Lids?
Yeah, it was awesome when you get doorstopped out the front after a 100-point loss. What did you think of that? Oh, it was awesome. Can't wait to come back next week. No, I think it is hard with a young developing team. And if you saw North Melbourne win today, it'd be hard not to get too high on a win, because and then you might see the effects of that, because it carries over and spills into the next week where you're still riding that eyes. Oh, geez, it was easier last week when we did this, but that's where keeping level and having those experienced players, but the experience of a coach that just says, boys, this is what we did well, this is why, but this is what we did wrong, where we can improve, and it's about not getting too high when you win, not getting too low when you lose.
Speaking of Punt Road, can I just jump in? Your mate Dustin Martin reaching 300.
Yes.
Is the end coming sooner than what a lot of people might have thought? Has he sort of lost a pace with Richmond struggling in the next phase under new coach Adam Uze?
Oh, I think any player, as they near the twilight of their career, when you're missing 6 of your, or even more of your best 8 to 10 players, it makes it hard. You can't expect him to be picking that whole side up at 32, 33, whatever he is, and carrying him, having 40 every week. Well, if the team's going to beat Richmond, you've got to stop Dustin Martin, so that makes it even harder again for him. But, yeah, mate, the end comes quick. Not everyone's like Scott Pendlebury, who can, continue to play at that level for that long. But, mate, I still guarantee you he's got some good footy left in him. He just needs some better players around him as well, and it's going to be a bit of a grind for the next little bit.
Next year, if you have to pick one, is he at Richmond? Is he retired, or is he somewhere else like the Gold Coast?
If I was picking one, I'd probably say retired. That's my own. I have not spoken to him about it, nor am I putting any thoughts into anyone's head or whatever. But that's just, footy's not everything all the time. But we'll know more about that later on this year, I would have thought.
Lots of texts coming through. Mike in Kyneton says, enjoying the game. Thanks for that. Zach is a great addition the last 2 weeks. Nice to see the Roos competing. Nothing more soul-destroying for young guys than getting thrashed every week. Riley's inquired as to whether you've got any more stickers. Zach, I'm not sure whether you know Riley, but there you have it. The second half underway with Matt Clinch. Essendon by 7 points.
We might have to come back to that. Goldstein wins down the opening tap. Durham trying to break away Wardlaw. Great lunging tackle to bring him down. Spills out to Davies Uniacke. Camp pass to Powell. Kicks north inside forward 51st. Mackay works his way to the front. Lucky tried to shove him out of it. Mackay gathers. Tackled by Wardlaw. Spills out with a kick towards Goldstein. He's tackled and dispossessed by Sherry. Powell takes the advantage. Vacant goalmouth. It's offline to the right. And bounces end over end out of play in the right forward pocket. So the Roos endeavour, led by George Wardlaw, impressive in the opening 30 seconds.
I mentioned pre-game that they've just stripped it right back. Just effort is what they're looking for, and their attitude throughout the afternoon, and it's been there, hasn't it?
Well, there's the advantage that we were speaking about before and why you don't take it every single time.
Sherry trying to slap it to the front. Sardis gets there first in his back pocket for the Dons. Handball away to Durham. Kick smothered. Out of play. More effort and attitude type stuff from North Melbourne. Throwing to come, right forward pocket.
A few 1%ers, Benny. Love those.
Certainly do. Saw what they can do yesterday for Collingwood. Free kick from the throw-in, high contact. Looks like it's going to Goldstein. Of course, Isaac Quaynor with the smother. Ricochets into the middle of the ground. Wooshka go Collingwood and kick the winning goal. 7 points Essendon's lead. No score in this second half yet. We've played 90 seconds.
The former Kangaroo Todd Goldstein has the free kick. Kicks up towards the wing. Peter Wright had a big piece of it. And he's paid the mark centre wing. Playing in front of Will Dawson on debut. He veers out to the right and looks up towards Langford at half forward. Core tries to make the spoil and wrestle it away from Durham. But Nick Martin's onto it. Gathers at left half forward. Kicks towards Guelphy, who takes the mark, lunging in front of Comben. Almost like a full forward, Matt Guelphy, when he comes leading out, and his teammates are happy to deliver it to him.
He's a good size, Clinchy. The ability to get in front at the right time. He's got good forward craft. Not bad, though, when you're getting that sort of service on the opposite shoe from Nick Martin. He's become a player, stating the obvious, but his ability to even now go from a wing back to half back and be still so damaging.
Third in the best and fairest in 2022. He kicked 17 goals on that occasion. Has 2 so far this afternoon. Shooting from his third, from directly in front. Matt Guelphy comes in, and the Essendon fans jump out of their chairs in celebration. Opening goal of the third quarter through 2.5 minutes through the Bombers and Matt Guelphy, who has his third. Essendon 8-5-53 to North Melbourne 6-4-40. A 13-point lead with Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
Yeah, they've always been a skillful side. That's always kind of been their modus operandi at Essendon, and you're right, when somebody like Nick Martin can wheel onto his non-preferred and deliver like that, it's just so hard to defend. And Guelphy, we've spoken about already, he's proven to be a really significant problem for the North Melbourne defence right at the minute. But yeah, Essendon off to a really good start after it looked like North were going to dominate this early part.
Comes from Claremont in the WAFL onto Essendon's list, like one of Essendon's great champions in the 80s, Brownlow medalist Graham Moss. As on the restart, hooking it down is Goldstein. Merritt might have been held off it, no free kick. Sherry there for the Roos, handball to Scott, taken high, free kick. Just panicking that Graham Moss won his Brownlow in the 80s. I think it might have been the 70s. I might have got that wrong. As Scott kicks around the city wing, up towards half forward Mackay. The former rule on the half-back flank marks for Essendon. Few cheers, and 50. What's that for? I'm not sure.
Paul Curtis going through the protected area, was it?
They'll get marched downfield. Played in just 8 wins in all of his time at North Melbourne.
Oh, kick.
He'll kick inside 50 and deliver onto the chest of Jake Stringer. 40 out as good as directly in front.
That's not bad when you're 200 centimetre full back and just be marched up the ground and lace him out. He's gone under the radar a little bit, for mine anyway, Ben Mackay. His ability just to really stand up as a defender for Essendon. Just catches it when he needs to, creates a big contest, shuts down the big key forward. Like he started Essendon so far this year.
Jakey Stringer, set shot directly in front. The package, signed, sealed and delivered. Essendon with the first 2 goals of their second half, 9-5-59, plays 6-4-40, 5 minutes in. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, Brett Delidio, Zach Toohey.
Yeah, you'd just love to see a little get-together of the backs, the forwards and the mids of North Melbourne. You see the backs there all together. They're having a chat. There's not much they could have done about that one apart from... Oh, sorry, they probably could. They could have defended Jakey Stringer a little bit better. Got some better support from their mids. Fill those holes. It was a really slow play, but then still allow Jake Stringer just to lead up on Bailey Scott. He had 5 metres on him. Need to win this clearance. We saw how good they were in the first act. Need to get this clearance out of the centre bounce.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. The Bombers with the opening 2 goals of the third quarter through 6 minutes. Back in the middle, Sherry and Goldstein. It spills down the way of Stringer. Getting the hand pass out to Merritt. Hand pass picked off by Sheasel of North Melbourne. Links up with Curtis. Hand pass down low for Fisher. Gets the hand pass away to Scott. Centre wing kicks up towards Pink. It's over his head and Laverty. Charging out Zerha. Tries to get rid of Heppel. Can't gather. The Bombers have the numbers. As McGrath got it from Kelly. Hand pass out to Laverty. Heppel put the block on Pink. The kick up towards Stringer. Trying to work Fisher underneath it. He sockets it forward. McDonald comes charging out. Stringer comes charging at him. Puts the bump on. Hand pass comes to Fisher. Trying to chisel a kick up towards Curtis. Good effort by Hobbs. He sees the ball out of play. Bounces into Curtis. Stringer a bit of a shove as well as he comes to the bench. And a boundary throw in front of the 2 benches on the broadcast side. Essendon by 19 points.
Umpire to bring it back in. 19 points, the lead for Essendon. Working to the front, Goldstein. From the back, Sherry lays it down. Powell comes away with it. Clearing kick from Sheasel towards half forward. Good mark taken there by Heppel. Half-back flank for the Dons. He goes back inside his defensive 50. Mackay can mark and they can complete the switch out towards the city wing.
Jake Kelly takes the mark. Out of contract at season's end. Turns and comes inboard to McGrath. He marks at the back edge of the centre square. Plays on and runs away from Pink. Looks up towards half forward. What a pass.
Good hands.
And Archie Perkins takes the mark just a couple of metres in front of Sheasel. Kicks looking for Goldstein. Getting back. Sherry gets a hand onto it. Gresham in the pocket. Tries to knock it forward. Dawson a crucial touch. Still a chance. Guelphy's onto it. Hand pass away. Gresham hard against the boundary. It's a right who kept it in play. Comden with a clearing kick. Laverty's in front. Almost takes the mark against Curtis. He had his arms chopped. Jake Laverty might almost be within range as
Curtis is
angling with Curtis, who's a bit frustrated. He was giving up a few kilograms and trying to give his best
He
in the
benches
contest.
150, so don't take him on.
No. Laverty out to the right. He would need his absolute best. As he might just put it towards the teeth of goal because Peter Wright can fly, almost uncontested. Lazaro came late. It's knocked away by Scott. Gets it to Sherry. Not sure about that hand pass. Over his shoulder, straight to Goldstein of the Bombers. Hand pass away to Durham. He's stripped of it. A chance for Langford. Relatively quiet this afternoon. Hand pass to Ben Mackay. To Merritt. He can find a way forward. Block was put on Shields as Merritt tries it inside 50. Combin's well set. Good support from Dawson. He marks 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Bombers by 19 points. 8 minutes gone. Third quarter on ABC Sport.
Combin kicks to the back pocket. Mark taken by McDonald. Chips it short to Tucker. Half-back flank for the Roos. Kicks around the dockside wing. Looking for a marker down there in Zerha. Punched away from him. Over the boundary line by Redmond. Essendon by 19 points. Downstairs, Rory Campbell.
Hey guys, no movement on the substitute front at this stage. Dylan Shield for the Bombers and Eddie for North still biding their time before their injection into this game.
Essendon by 19 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Goldstein laying it out in front. Unable to gather at Sheasel. Powcan on the wing, the Roos. Off to Wardlaw. Kicks infield over the shoots Paul Curtis. Getting back, McGrath. Able to gather at half-back. Gives it off to Laverty and then on towards Kelly. Kicks the Dons to half-forward and Langford.
Possession number 4 coming up for Kyle Langford, who goes short and finds Archie Perkins right on 50. Looks into the pocket, right on the lead. He can't take the mark. Good spoil from Dawson. Guelphy hard against the boundary. Scott's going to rush it through. 35 metres out, a curling shot hard against the boundary from Matt Guelphy. It's a 20-point lead Essendon's way.
Scott will kick towards half-back. Gathered there by Kelly. Zigging and zagging. He'll kick infield for the Dons. Langford can't take the mark. Pressured out of it by Fisher, who does well. Spills out to Larkey on the wing. Short to Zerha. No one in front of him for the Roos. Has to hold it up. Chips it short. Gets it back to Larkey. Trying to gather it. But keeps it in. Now McDonald. Can't get away from a would-be tackler there in Heppel. Not called holding the ball. Comes back to Larkey. Half forward for the Roos into the pocket. Bouncing ball. Redmond mops up. Runs away from them. Tight ropes the boundary line. Takes a second bounce.
An audacious second bounce in the end. Had to give it away to Ben Mackay, who works it to McGrath from half-back. He kicks up towards Kelly. Takes the mark at left half-back. Essendon 9 at 6.60 to North Melbourne 6.40. Bombers have tried on a few occasions to get rid of the Roos, but they've been up for the fight this afternoon. Up towards Jones. Can't quite take the mark. He scraps forward at ground level. Combin gets a hand pass to Davies-Uniacke. Was dragged down. Davies-Uniacke with a hand pass forward to Sheasel, centre wing. He gets the hand pass out to Lazaro at right half forward. Looks up towards, back to Lazaro and then up to Davies-Uniacke. He marks 60 out from goal. He's got options in the pocket and Larkey with a laser-like pass. Takes the mark in the right forward pocket. And in the end, it was a good build-up, which ended up in the right hands.
Yeah, it was. The ability of Luke Davies-Uniacke just to change speed, get the ball inside. Handball to Sheasel. Used it well again. It was a nice finish to Larkey. I thought he had Curtis on the top of the goal square. Opted not to. I might say no rush play. Just go back and have the SETI.
18 goals of the season for Nick Larkey, yet to kick one this afternoon. From the right forward pocket to pull one back for the Kangaroos. He punches the air in delight. Larkey's on the board. The Roos with their first goal of the second half. And it's a 14-point ball game under the roof of Docklands. Essendon 9-6-60 to North Melbourne 7-4-46. 12 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You have Brett Delidio and Zach Tui.
Well, they needed that one, the Rouge, just a little settler. You know, they're not down and out of this game by any stretch, but they're putting a lot of effort in at the moment, Zach, and just not getting their reward. They're missing targets when they're going forward, kicking it over their forwards' hands, or just missing key opportunities to continue to get control of this game. That was just a good reward for effort. Started off half back, bit of dash, and a nice finish from big Nick Larkey.
How important is it for the Kangaroos to be involved in close games for their development?
I think just learning how to win is probably more important than anything.
Yeah,
Benny.
Durham in the middle, going low, and he's headbutted. I think Sherry maybe in the unmentionables, and he's taken high as well, so a free kick. Durham feeds out the handball. Away to Hobbs. He chips his kick out to Hind. He'll run down the wing. Kicks around the boundary line, looking for Jones. Close to it. Out of play. Yes, in the end. In the left forward pocket. More of your fan club, Zach. Robin Greensborough says, glad he became a premiership player. Just wish he'd have been with the Blues. Been a few of those. 14 points Essendon's lead, 13 minutes into the fourth.
Great to have the current day player Zach Toohey alongside Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. Thrown back in, the Bombers by 14 points. Tristan Sherry just whacks it forward. Gains 10 metres, onto it Hobbs. Jams it onto his left boot. High kick over the head of Langford. Right comes out and marks on his chest. Tristan Sherry's a bit worse aware for a second occasion, trying to provide the support for Will Dawson. Peter Wright has the mark in the left forward pocket, 35 metres out from goal.
It's not the position you want to be stood in right in front of 2 metre Peter, but that's a big forward playing like a big forward. That'll I would imagine his confidence is pretty high right at the minute, but he's certainly playing like it. That was impressive from, was it Tristan Sherry?
Yeah.
Going back with the flight, but you'd expect him to kick this.
10 goals for the season, out to the left, Peter Wright looking for his third, he comes in and nails it. The Bombers answer immediately back after the Nick Larkey goal at the other end. It's a 20-point advantage, 10-6-66 to North Melbourne, 7-4-46. 14 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio and Zach Toohey.
Yeah, you'd like to think, as you mentioned, a big key forward playing like a big key forward. But you'd like to think a dirty ball coming in like that is not just marked on the chest by the big forward. There should be someone who can get across and either chop out. Tristan Sherry did his best to get back, and he was sort of half trying to guard Todd Goldstein, but then just come across a little bit late, didn't he?
It's in the air for a long time. Yeah, Tristan Sherry actually makes a pretty good contest of it in the end, but if it's in the air that long, somebody needs to get across.
Rory Campbell.
Yeah, after those a couple of contests that Tristan Sherry was involved in, he's made his way to the bench. The doc checked on him quickly, but he's waved him off pretty quickly.
So Pink doing the ruck work, palms it down out in front of Sheasel. Kick inside 50 here for the Roos. Essendon have the numbers. Hind picking it up, handball towards Caldwell. Weaves back into traffic, handball back to Laverty. Handball to the back pocket, Redmond. Time to just stop, prop and kick it short. Not the required distance to Hobbs. Now they're under pressure. Handball back to Hind and plenty of time to chip it over the top to Laverty. Doesn't complete the mark, allows in the Roos. Dersma, handball away to Lazaro. Stevenson sweeps a handball to Sheasel. He'll sweep it on. Davies Uniacke making the miss. He snaps the goal. Davies Uniacke shakes them off. Essendon can't shake off the Roos. They bring it back to 14 points. 10-6-66, plays 8-4-52. Quarter hour mark of the third. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Zach Toohey.
Oh, we've sung his praises a little bit today, Luke Davies Uniacke. His ability to change direction inside the phone booth and go the opposite way. This was just really good composure. Just sells it on Nick Martin. Get his second for the day. These are the sort of players that are going to carry this North Melbourne team forward. Sheasel, Luke Davies, Uniacke, Wardlaw, their ability to get on the end of it and finish really well like that. That's what excites North Melbourne fans.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. And 3 goals coming into this afternoon's match. He becomes the Roos' first multiple goal scorer. Davies Uniacke with his second. Back in the middle, Stringer Redder best from the ruck tap. Kicks up towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Guelphy. It clears him. Harry Jones has to deal with the umpire as he gets the hand pass away. And Guelphy's taken out of play. Rory Campbell on the boundary.
Yeah, Eddie Ford has come on for North Melbourne. Charlie Lazaro has made his way to the back steps. So North looks like a tactical sub pulling the trigger.
Thank you, Rory. Dylan Shield on the Bombers bench, still yet to be used as their substitution. Thrown back in, Pink doing the ruck work against Wright. Spills down to Davies Uniacke. Shields is brought down, nowhere to go. As Merritt lays the tackle and a ball up 50 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Essendon by 14 points. 17 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
3 goals to 2 the way of the Dons in this term. Wright palming it down, unable to gather at Caldwell. Wardlaw picks it up, tackled by Caldwell, holding the ball. A very slow and dramatic call from the umpire too. Caldwell wide out, right half forward for the Dons. Wants to go central, looking for a leading Langford. Overshoots him at the back. Pink, low down. Feels like a...
in the gully.
Yeah. I like to say slips fielder, but something of the like as he'll send the Roos out towards the city wing.
Up towards the efforts of Tucker. Now he's under pressure. Couldn't take it cleanly. Heppel lays the tackle. In fact, it's Hobbs who locks him up, and the umpire circles and will ball it up. The Bombers fans think he had more than enough opportunity to try and knock it out over the top of the footy. Darcy Tucker gets away with one. Thrown up, Wright wins it down. Wardlaw's onto it for the Kangas. Hard against the boundary. Looks up the wing towards Larkey. Spoiled away by Ben Mackay. At the back, it's gathered by Laverty. It's a hand pass away to Hine. He chips it wide to Nick Martin, who takes the mark. Possession number 17 coming up for him. Behind Harry Sheasel and Luke Davies Uniacke with 21 and 20. Works back to half-back where Laverty can go all the way back to Dyson Heppel. Inside the defensive 50. The former captain in his 14th season. He'll return it back out to Laverty, who has a left half-back.
Great to have Jack with us, who's listening on inside the stadium today. 14 points, Essendon's lead. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, 2 games to come after this. A long kick around the wing from Martin Wright. Able to pluck it. Now he veers out onto his right, puts it in front of Langford. Through his hands it goes. It spills down for Gresham. Inside 50. Handball to Davey Jr. And he pops it through. Oh, and Davey Jr. shrugs off a tackle and goals. And Essendon just keep North at arm's length. 20 points their lead. 11-6-72 plays 8-4-52. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui.
Yeah, I'm pleased for Elwyn Davey there. He offered up a little short lead for Nick Martin when he bombed that ball long. He worked from, offering up the short, then to the contest, but then he kept moving forward. There's a little chip kick over. I think it was to Langford who was missed, but then Gresham butted up. Nice handball, but it was the work rate that impressed me. The young kid could easily just pack it in and say, I didn't get used, and that was it, and just sit back and wait, but kept moving forward as all good little small forwards do, sniffing a goal. Good little finish.
Rory Campbell on the boundary.
A bit of bad news for North Melbourne. Miller Bergman has just made his way down to the rooms, came off the ground in the hands of the trainers and made his way straight down.
So having just made their sub with Lazaro out, a tactical sub. They might have gone a second or two too early. Spinning out of traffic. Well done by Caldwell. Hand pass away to McGrath. The Bombers all of a sudden are lifting. Kicks up towards Jones and Guelphy at half forward. Can't take the mark. Charging in there, a chance for the Kangas under enormous pressure as Harry Jones lays the tackle, and it's Luke McDonald who's on the very bottom of the pack in the right back pocket for North Melbourne. The Bombers by 20 points.
Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Brett Delidio, Zach Tui and Rory Campbell bringing you the action. From the tap, straight into the congestion. Gresham trying to extract it out to Langford. So, throw. And Jade Gresham. Shields tripped over by Gresham. Trying to get out of the congestion as well, and a 50-metre penalty. So the Roos march down the wing. Can they come again? 21 minutes into the third. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. Shields short to Fisher. Scott running by, receives the handball, stabs it inside 50, turnover. Durham takes the mark. 40 out from his defensive goal for the Dons.
One-on-one's further afield, so puts it out in front of Langford and Core. They tangle, Core got a fist to it. Alwyn Davey shoved away his opponent and Taylor. Puts it out in front of Gresham in the right forward pocket. Foot races on. Cobden offers a good chase. Gresham keeps it in front of him. Cobden, great pull-up tackle. Gresham thought he was held, and eventually the umpire agrees. The size mismatch. Cobden was doing everything to try and hang with him. And unfortunately gave away the free kick, just desperately grabbing for some body.
Yeah. I don't know whether how you saw that one, Zachy, but I felt like he did everything pretty well. Or was it
back of the jumper?
Was it?
The right arm.
Just watch it. Oh, there it was. There's a tiny little grab, wasn't it? I suppose if he doesn't have the footy, that's the rules, and that's where that one's not that hard to umpire.
Sort of a poker player's blink, wasn't it? He gave away the fact that he was just intimidated where he found himself, and in the end gave away the free kick. Gresham's going the banana and executing superbly as he turns to the Essendon fans with arms outreached and says, how do you like that? The Bombers stretch their lead to 26 points, 12-6-78 to North Melbourne, 8-4-52. Jake Gresham with his first goal of the afternoon. Can we call that a boomerang? It's a check side, it's a banana.
Yep.
It was well executed, depending on where you live.
It certainly was, and such is the skill of the modern player, the ability to kick him from anywhere. I like that he just backs himself from there to control it through. It would have been maybe a tougher kick with a drop punt, Zach. Not probably for someone of your skill, but I like that he's backed himself in and kicked the banana.
Enjoyed the celebration as well. That's how I picture you celebrating, Lids.
Mate,
straight to the crowd.
No, Dimmer told us off, mate. You never went to the crowd, go to your teammates. So I never went to the crowd, actually. Probably should have done it more, but I didn't.
Didn't you tell a story about you did it one day in the A?
No, Jack did it.
Jack
in the A. He spent no more minutes on the ground.
Wolfie kicking long inside 50, looking for a mark down there right, punched away from him. Free kick.
Hands around.
Peter Wright.
Yeah. So what happens, and that's an easy one again to adjudicate for the umpires. As soon as they see some arms around, young Will Dawson didn't allow Peter Wright to fully extend to jump at that footy. Off goes the whistle. And he's been kicking them beautifully at the moment, Peter Wright. Wouldn't be surprised if you see this one sail through as well.
Big 2-metre Peter. Already got 3. Had a little holiday early on in the season. His drop punt here is delightful. Threads the eye of the needle from a tight angle in the pocket. And it's all Peter Wright and Essendon at the moment. 13-6-84 plays 8-4-52. 32 points. The biggest lead of the match, Rory Campbell before Brett Delidio and Zach Tui.
The guys just got confirmation down here. Miller Bergman is done for the day with a hamstring injury. So unfortunate timing after the Kangas just pulled the trigger on the sub, but they're one down, it would appear.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate position, that one, to be in as a defender, because you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to protect the spare defender you have so he can fly and take the intercept mark. But when you're playing on somebody as big as Peter Wright, there's kind of not a whole lot of good ways to keep him down without risking giving away a free. So intent was right, but execution just off.
Would you be a fan of getting rid of the sub, Zach, and just having 5 on the bench?
I personally would, yeah.
All of a sudden, the Bombers have kicked 6 goals to 2 in this third quarter to open up a sizable gap. Durham tries to get the clearance. Hand pass out to the wing. Stringer sliding in. Tackle by Shields. Hand pass almost pinched by Davies Jr. Gresham to Merritt. Sliding in. Fisher gathers. He breaks the Stringer tackle. Hand pass to Tucker. Just bangs it long. Looking for Larkey. Going back with one arm. Laverde couldn't take the mark. He dodges the tackle of Zerha. Hand pass too sharp for Kelly. Has enough time to gather. Back to Merritt for the Bombers. Works it to Redmond. Chips it out to McGrath, who marks it right half back. The Bombers 13-6-84 to North Melbourne 8-4-52. Kicks up the wing. Perkins in from the side. Takes the mark in front of Harry Jones, and he's got players in the middle of the ground. Works it to Martin. Hand pass away to Gresham. Inside 50, right on the lead. Sherry getting back to offer support. Spoils it down. Hobbs trying to gather. Can't take possession. Has another go at it. Hand pass to Stringer. Lost the footy for a moment. Regathers. Tries to sidestep Wardlaw. Can't get past Sherry. And he's gone. Every trick trying to come out of the book, but Jake Stringer eventually was brought down on his 3rd attempt.
Took a few to get him down, didn't it?
Almost ended up behind his back.
Sherry wants to switch it. Misses his target, Fisher. There's a few other roos there, though. Comben, one of them, picks it up. Gives it off to Tucker. Stabs it around the boundary line out on the full. Curtis Taylor can't get there. So McGrath, he will have it on the wing for the Dons. I'll throw one open for the SMS line in a moment. Langford running shotgun, receives the handball, kicks into the pocket. Guelphy nearly going to ground. Follows up at ground level, tries to slip a tackle. Nowhere to go, handballs it out. And the umpire wants to spin it in. Essendon by 32 points on the back of Sheed's marshmallow quote.
Yeah.
What's your favourite quote from a coach over the course of the years. Had Ross Lyon, and they were like neutered dogs last week. There's been a few over the journey.
Thrown in, Goldstein wins down the tap for the Bombers. Tucker bounces into Merritt, turns it over. Perkins gathers the hand pass, can't control it. As it flares out to the right, out of bounds on the full. And a free kick going the way of the Kangas in the left back pocket. Essendon by 32 points.
Oh, mate, you're looking at me like I should have just had it ready to roll.
Well, I was just thinking, were you there when Klaus said, I'll spew up? Or was that at the Western Bulldogs?
That was at the Dags.
Yeah.
Get the Danny Frawley, I'm under the pump.
No, I didn't play under Spud. But I've heard that story a number of times from old teammates.
Sheasel in the back pocket, long kick up towards the wing, through the hands of Larkey, spills out the back. Mackay there for the Dons. Handball to Redmond, he'll chip towards half forward. Stringer accepts it. Right on the arc of 50, 5 metres in from the boundary line.
I've heard a couple of real good ones that I would never repeat on air. But they're sometimes in the heat of the moment, coaches can tend to say a few things, which is good. Not always good.
By 32 points, 28 minutes into this third term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Jake Stringer. If anyone can from out here, it's him. His drop punt is given a fair old rod. The mercurial Jake Stringer. From wide out at left half forward. Drives home the Essendon advantage. 38 points. 14-6-90, plays 8-4-52. 29 minutes into this fourth term. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui.
You wonder if it's time for North to maybe consider making some tactical or personnel changes. Zurhaar into the middle being one. I think he's lingering around the centre circle now, so maybe they're about to. But they just need to start trying to get the footy forward. They're at risk of letting this game get well and truly beyond them. You would suspect it might be there already, but something like Zurhaar on ball, I think, would be a timely change to make right now.
Yeah, well, judging by the look of it, it looks like Tommy Powell's the one who's just been told, "Righto, young fella, you're going forward. I'm injecting myself here. Try and get your centre clearance."
It feels like the down wall is threatening to break. 7-2 in this third quarter the Bombers' way, including the last 4 in 9 minutes. Durham trying to find a way forward. His hand pass is picked off and Zurhaar becomes tackled as Sammy Durham and Zach Merritt ensure there's no way forward, and the umpire will ball it up. Right up in the air, Sherry and Goldstein tangle. It spills down to Davies Jr. trying to get it to Zurhaar. Martin onto it for the Bombers. Hand pass out to Davey Jr. Hand pass to McGrath between wing and half forward. Kicks to Peter right on the lead. Can't hang on. Front and centre. Sardis gathers. Hand pass to Merritt. Into the pocket for Guelph. He opens up the angle and puts it across the face. Missing to the left-hand side and a minor score. Bombers by 39 points. Half an hour gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Worth mentioning, Mitch Cleary made some points during the week. This could be North Melbourne's 6th 50-plus loss from 10 games this year. It is just unravelling a little bit at the moment. Fisher in the back pocket. He will drive a kick long up to the wing, and Redmond will claim it on his chest. It's 39 points at the moment. About a minute and a half away from three-quarter time.
Signs aren't good, are they, Benny?
No. Redmond goes back inside 50 for Essendon. Martin Rose. Handball to Sardis. Handball a turnover. Sheasel flicks a handball to Powell. North at centre half back. Paul Curtis. The big bench press man gets a handball away to Sherry. And he gives it off to Powell. Dinks it over the top. Davies Uniacke. Handball knocked down. Nearly coughs it up. It spills to Powell. His handball is a turnover. Owen Davey Jr. goes back the other way.
He kicks out towards Sardis, who takes the mark.
Owen Davey Uniacke. I knew where you were going.
Yep. I ran into trouble like Davey Uniacke, didn't I?
Yeah, good Colt. Yes, Sardis has it. Out on the wing. Looks up towards half forward. Sends it in the direction of Peter Wright and Merritt. Wright works his way to the front. Had the size mismatch on McDonald. Couldn't hang on to it. Spills away at Perkins. Outside of the boot. Another one for the Bombers. 8-2 in this third quarter as they take full control here at Docklands. A 45-point lead, 15-7, 97 to North Melbourne, 8-4-52. 31 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport. Archie Perkins joins the goal-kicking list.
Yeah, I really like this kid as a player. He hasn't had the biggest day in terms of possessions, but he flies for his marks and he plays aggressively. And what I mean by that is he's willing to try and take on that tackle to break a line to get it to the outside. You know, those type of players, they're the best in our game, in my opinion. The ones that want to, can play on the ground, but also in the air as well. And he's still learning his craft, no doubt, but goes forward, kicks goals as well. Valuable teammate.
So it's 5 unanswered goals in the space of 13 minutes here at Docklands for the Dons. Durham gets the handball away towards Perkins. He kicks up to half forward. Good mark. Curtis Taylor, one-handed, tumbling to ground. Has it for the Roos and goes short to Wardlaw. Essendon by 45 points. And North Melbourne saved by the bell. Three-quarter time. 5 unanswered goals to get us there from Essendon. The Roos did get back within 14 points, but from that point onwards, as I mentioned, there was 5 goals without response for the Dons. So the goal kickers, 4 to Peter Wright, 3 to Guelphy, then singles to Merritt, to Gresham, to Perkins, to Jones, to Stringer, Alwyn Davey Jr. and Elijah Sardis. While for North Melbourne, a couple to Luke Davies-Uniacke, and then singles to Stevenson, Taylor, Dersma, Larkey, Pink and Zurha. It is 45 points at three-quarter time. 15-7-97, plays 8-4-52. Neil in Coburg says North, a long road ahead. Brisbane Lions gold when they got Hodge, taught the talented kids what's required. So still a bit of work to do here for the Roos. Thanks for that from Neil. Time for us to pause though, with Essendon leading by 45 points. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get your footy fix with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join me, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Whether you're a diehard footy fan or you watch from the sidelines, this is the podcast for you. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Core tries to make the spoil and wrestle it away from Durham, but Nick Munn's onto it, gathers it left half forward, kicks towards Guelphy, who takes the mark, lunging in front of Comben. Has 2 so far this afternoon. Shooting for his third from directly in front, Matt Guelphy comes in, and the Essendon fans jump out of their chairs in celebration.
Plenty of time to chip it over the top to Laverty. Doesn't complete the mark, allows in the Roos. Dersma, handball away to Lazaro. Stevenson sweeps a handball to Sheasel. He'll sweep it on. Davies-Uniacke making them miss. He snaps the goal. Davies-Uniacke shakes them off. Essendon can't shake off the Roos.
These are the sort of players that are going to carry this North Melbourne team forward. Sheasel, Luke Davies-Uniacke, Wardlaw.
Gresham's going the banana and executing superbly as he turns to the Essendon fans with arms outreached and says, how do you like that?
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. Have you mentioned how exciting for the Dersma family? Both sons playing at the same ground today. Unfortunately, Xavier hurt his quad, so he's not out there. So it would have been the Dersma boys going head-to-head, but not to be today. I did see a video recently that suggested Xavier's very much the favourite in the family.
Right.
So I'm sure they might have been going for Essendon anyway. A little naughty, they suggested, Zane when he was a kid.
Is that right?
A little bit of a rat bag.
Yeah, okay.
Another SMS from Chris. Keep going, Essendon, playing great call, boys, listening on the tractor, putting props in. Good on you, Chris. We love our farmers listening on. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui, here on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it just started to open up, didn't it, late in that third quarter, Zach? It's probably where we expected Essendon to be, but from a North Melbourne point of view, you'd be disappointed as a supporter. Just the lack of polish that we're seeing, but then the effort sort of starts to drop away a little bit. It just starts to open up then for Essendon and their ability to hit the scoreboard. We know how damaging they can be. But it's just the fundamentals that are killing them. Essentially, I think North and their inability to hit their targets and then find, step through a tackle, find and release their players, get it on the outside, give their forwards a really good lick. Have a look at the inside 50s at the moment. What do we got there? 20-9 that quarter. Can't see what it is overall. Give us that, Clinchy. What does that say?
It says 48-32.
48-32, yeah. So it's pretty damning, essentially. Makes it pretty hard work for a North Melbourne forward player. But, if you're an Essendon forward, you're licking your lips, essentially. But you're, as a backman for North Melbourne, you're probably going into your midfield and saying, boys, just put a little bit more heat on it if you can, just to give us a chance.
Yeah, you are. Look, I think there's still a big opportunity for North here. A positive response in the last quarter would still constitute progression for this group. They'll get their wins and they'll upset somebody going forward, but it looks like this might not be the game for them. But right now, you don't want to let this blow out to a 70, 80, 90 point loss, because they have played a lot better than that. They deserve better than that. So if they can break even or maybe even win this last quarter, I think that would still count as progression, and you can maybe lock away the 20-minute patch where they got blown away and say that's a sign of our youth. But positive signs for North. You just don't want it to get too ugly in the last quarter.
Yeah, try and kick 2 or 3 yourself and hold Essendon to 1 or 2 maybe. If you can, even if you kick 4 yourself, I think that's a win for this last quarter especially. But yeah, at this point in time, the signs in that last bit of that third quarter are trending towards another 50-point plus loss. Benny?
They've only won the 5 quarters of the season, so they won the second quarter against the Bombers, and yet that third quarter was probably more of what we expected. Their highest scoring quarter for the season, the Bombers, putting 8 goals, eclipsing what they were able to do on Anzac Day, but that's what they can do when they're at full flight.
Yeah, and they're impressive once they get up and going, the Bombers. And we sung the praises of Ben Mackay in that quarter, his ability to just catch it and force a turnover. Then they got Peter Wright up front with Harry Jones chipping in. Guelphy's been in great form. So a lot of positive signs here for Essendon supporters, and they've come out in support of them today. There's a lot more people here than I thought there was going to be.
Let's go downstairs, Rory Campbell.
Yeah, the Bombers have made the call on their substitute. Harrison Jones comes off. Dylan Shield on for his first game of the season.
Thanks, Rory. Final quarter about to get underway. Essendon by 45 points. Bounce in the middle. Goldstein trying to backhand it down towards Sardis. Nothing doing. Try again. Just on the outer edge of the bullseye. Goldstein clean palm down. It ricochets back towards Sherry. Can't gather it. Davies Uniacke trying to. Eventually Gresham does. Handball away to Perkins. Off to Sardis. Floating ball towards full forward. Gore puts his fist through it. Brings it down. Powell Rose. North in possession. Off to Fisher. Slips a tackle. Off to Scott. Handball away towards Taylor.
Gets the hand pass back to Scott. Over the top to Sheasel. Looking for an avenue to half 40. Drives a long kick towards Larkey. Little shove on Mackay. Play on Sakul. Clears to the back. Laverty gets there first. Curtis after him. Under pressure. Lost the footy. Wardlaw lays the tackle. Push in the back. Just as North had the Bombers on the back foot. Laverty gets the free kick at left half back. Goes short to Heppel. He marks and sends it wider still. Boundary side. And Jake Kelly takes the mark. The Bombers by 45 points. So Harry Jones subbed out and Dylan Shield coming in. The Kangas made their sub in the third quarter with Charlie Lazaro out and Eddie Ford coming in. Unfortunately, Bergman suffered an injury as well in the third quarter, so they're 1 down on the bench. The kick is intercepted by Luke Davies-Uniacke, who takes the mark from the Nick Hine kick.
He's got it on the half-back flank. Toby in the ACT says, all-time classic coach call. John Kennedy, don't think, do. Not a bad one.
You could have given it a bit more than that, I reckon.
Ruse inside the defensive 50, probably right.
Heard that from Dad a few times.
Dawson takes the mark, moves it over to Fisher, half-back flank on the city wing. He goes short, gets it back. Now he kicks up around the edge of the centre square and Larkey marks.
Swings onto his right-hand side, kicks towards Sherry, who's got Todd Goldstein. Just missed footing and takes the mark directly in front, just inside 50.
Best bit of ball movement they've had all day, in my opinion. And the reason for it was that they took a chance and gave it to Zach Fisher, humming pass for a handball receive. It didn't allow Essendon to get set. And it was a great kick to Larkey. Larkey's able to then to turn and go straight away as well. So maybe that was the directive. Let's play fast. Let's try and get some speed on the ball.
Tristan Sherry with the helmet on, looking for his third goal of the season from just inside 50. Sets flight. It's a good kick. And through it goes. The Kangas with the first of the final term through 2.5 minutes. Todd Goldstein looks a little perplexed as he stands on the mark, but a good battle against his former teammate, with Sherry taking the points there. 15-7, 97 the Bombers to North Melbourne, 9-4, 58. The margin is 39 points. Zach Toohey and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, spot on, Lids. I think you summed it up perfectly there. They still look for that switch. They're still prepared to concede a little bit of ground to get it to the fat side, but that only works if you're prepared to then take a risk and then take advantage of the space you've created by switching. And the overlap was brilliant. Really like that Nick Larkey just wheeled and went. He didn't go back. He didn't step back off the mark and look for another short 20-metre kick. It was an excellent passage of play.
The big forward knows how he wants it inside 50.
Richo was exactly the same. Just get it in.
Thoughts of Zach Toohey, current Geelong player with us. You're on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Goldstein in the middle. He'll win a free kick this time. Gives it off to a gallivanting Redmond running by. Kicks inside 50. Unable to mark there. Is right. Following up Sardis. Shovels out a handball in the middle of the ground. Coming through. Fighting after it. Durham. Sherry goes in. Durham goes again. Picks it up. Tackled by Sherry. Wraps him up strongly. And a ball up to come between the middle of the ground and attacking edge of the square for the Dons. They lead by 39. Look, I don't think my coaching quotes SMS question's really taken off, has it?
Right. Goldstein wins down the tap. Schneasel can't break clear.
Really sort of pancake.
What's the potential? We might need a few more conversation starters in the second half, but it hasn't been too bad a game. Caldwell works it back to Heppel. Hand pass to Martin. Hand passes to Redmond, who kicks out to Sardis. The late inclusion this afternoon for Darcy Paris as he kicks a spinning ball inside 50. Wright worked his way to the front, just couldn't quite hang on. Gresham got the hand pass from Perkins. Perkins back onto it. Kicks towards the teeth of goal. Guelphy's there. Spoiled away by Comden. Fisher tackled. Hand pass out to Stevenson. He links up with Comden once more. Wardlaw hand in the back pocket. He kicks around his body just over the fingertips of Powell. Shield into the action. He knocks it boundary side. And eventually it rolls out of play. I won't ask you, Zach, but if you were to play under any coach, Lids, who would you have liked to have played under?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's a good question. Let me come back to me.
Okay.
Let me have a bit of a think.
Become a fan of Ross Lyon's weekly press conferences. I love his messaging as to what he's trying to say. It's probably not the first one you're going to nominate.
Team meetings probably not as much fun as Sherry takes it out of the ruck and Goldstein a little keeled over behind play. Sherry kicks around the dockside wing. Mopping up is Kelly. And then gives the handball away towards Heppel. Onto Merritt, the old captain and the new captain. Onto McGrath, the vice captain. He kicks to the logo. Gathering Heppel. Now Merritt again. Spun in a tackle. Gets a handball forward. Hine will run onto it. High forward for the Dons. A leading target in right. And a pinpoint pass. Right marks. 40 metres out. 30-degree angle to the left.
Well done, Zach Merritt. An ability to fight through that tackle, but then just to heave it forward. Nick Hine just read that straight away. Put the hammer down. Very little a North Melbourne defender. In this time it's Will Dawson again on Big Peter. He's got some silver service today, Pete, hasn't he?
Looking for his fifth of the afternoon. Peter Wright misses just left. Stays on 4. He's got 198 career goals. Closing in on 239 points. Essendon's lead. What about a historic Gaelic football coach? Is there one there that you would have liked to have played under, Zach?
I was going to ask if I can draft Jurgen Klopp. Would be my dream manager. Big Liverpool fan.
Are you?
Yeah.
I knew there was something about you that was...
One game left as manager.
Well adjusted.
It's a sad time.
Charlie Comden kicks up towards the wing where Tristan Sherry works his way to the front. Takes the mark. Hand pass to Stevenson. Kicks inside to the middle of Docklands. Curtis takes the mark. They're on the run here. Forward into the pocket. The kick is just wide of him. McGrath chases after him. Dodging and weaving. Forward keeps it alive. A centering ball. Can he find Tersmer? He can't. It's spoiled down. Well done by Laverty. Knocks it down. Caldwell worked off it. Powell's hand pass. Curtis the fend off. Trying to get back onto his left and squeezes it through. They're going to have a look as to whether it kissed the post on the way through, but a great solo run by Paul Curtis through traffic. He ran the gauntlet to be able to steer through his first of the afternoon. And as they make their way back to the middle, the Kangas potentially with the opening 2 goals of the final term through 7 minutes. 15-8-98, the Bombers to North Melbourne, 10-4-64.
Yeah, good little bit of individual play there, wasn't it, by Curtis? We saw that bench press come into it. His ability just to fend off. We know he's not shy in terms of using it. You say they thought they'd hit the post, Clinchy?
Yeah.
Didn't look like it from
Might
here.
have been more in hope. A few of the Essendon defenders pointing. He might have just brushed it on the way through.
To go back to your question, though, I think from a overall standpoint, in terms of being coached, Phil Jackson comes to mind in terms of someone I would love to have played on, even met, have dinner with. But I think, and I tried to get there to play under this guy, but Chris Scott, to me, seems like a guy that you would love to play under. I think he's got the balance right with all his players and what they
had the choice near Leeds.
Yeah.
Snicko.
They did, actually. Little unknown story.
It's hit the post.
Oh, well done, Clinchy. You saw that from here.
Yeah.
Get you in the arc.
Thank you.
Clinchy all over it.
I'll just balance out your red button every now and then.
Yeah.
I've got a story about Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp as well. When I was in Darwin, I walked past Big Witsy, Jared Witz, wearing a Liverpool shirt. And then we had him pre-game on Thursday night before your game. And I said, "Oh, Jared, I saw you on the street with your Liverpool shirt on. Are you a Liverpool fan?" He said, "Oh, no, that was just our theme this week. Dimmer wanted us to play like how Liverpool play under Jurgen Klopp." So he gifted us all sort of Liverpool shirts. So
out of Dimmer's pocket?
Yeah, out of the footy department spend, I'd imagine. Maybe not directly out of Dimmer's pocket. As Essendon bring it towards left half back. Mark taken by Mackay. Gives it off to Martin, running down the dockside wing. Kicks up to half forward. Perkins on the gather. He'll kick into the middle of the ground and find Shield back in the team. He'll chip inside 50 and Hobbs 47 metres out directly in front.
You know what I'd be asking for from Dimmer? I'd be like, don't let us not miss a beat like a Rolex. You know?
Going to give me a present making something meaningful.
Yeah, not a T-shirt. Come on, mate.
He said the Patriots and Tom Brady was the theme for Thursday night. There's Hobbs on the set shot, shanks it. It's gone at nearly right angles, at least 45 degrees off the boot. And Paul Curtis in the back pocket marks for North.
Chips out to half back. Mark is taken at left half back, and the Kangas trying to find an avenue to launch. Tucker hard against the boundary, sends it as long as he can in the direction of Pink, and a big fly from Dersma. Got up high but couldn't hang on to it. It spills off hands. Curtis put his head over the foot. He could have been taken high. No whistle. Hobbs is able to extract it. Hand pass to Caldwell. Here go the Bombers again. Gets it away to Stringer at right half forward. Kicks looking for Merricks, and it's spoiled away in the end. Aiden Core getting back, and it's punched over the boundary line for a throw-in up against the right behind post. The boundary throw-in with the Kangas doing their best, desperate defending there.
A couple of good jumps we've seen today. Cam Zurha earlier. Well done to Mason Redmond. You spoiled that, mate.
Golden fist. 39 points. Essendon's advantage from the throw-in. Goldstein bringing it down in front. Shield shovels out a handball, but straight to Sheasel. After Scott, clear and kick from the back pocket up to the wing. Turnover, though. Heppel has it. Mark for Essendon from their former skipper. City side of the ground. Wide out at half forward. On his left peg. Sets it up towards full forward right. Launching. Sherry slightly tunnelled. Spills down at ground level, and a ball up to come. Andy and Wodonga says, "Hey team, I would have loved to have played under Blighty." Attack mentality.
Yeah, Blighty would channel Ross. He'd have as many one-liners. That's what I was sort of indicating. It would be good fun as Davies Uniac gets the hand pass away to Scott. Links up with Tucker on half-back. Kicks a long ball up to the wing. Pink got rid of his opponent. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Kelly did well for a moment, but then eventually over the shoulder in the size mismatch. Hand pass away to Jaden Stevenson. Looks inside 50, going for Curtis. Just a little slow with the kick. He works it off McGrath. Hand pass away. Powell works it forward. Mark is taken by Ford, who puts it through. The sub into the action, and he has a goal. And the Kangas do have the first 2 goals of the final term. Pull the margin back once more. Essendon 15-8-98 to North Melbourne 9-5-59. 12 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Well, they haven't rolled over, Zach, which is great. You know, I think that's the thing that we were questioning at three-quarter time, their ability to really fight this game over and fight this game out. Well done, Paul Curtis. Good sharp hands. Tom Powell. Nice little chip kick. Heading forward, getting out the back. But just little rewards. Not just thinking, oh, this game's done, we're not getting anything out of it. Well, a couple of coaches that I played under, and how you finish the game, the last quarter, is how you go into the next one.
There's one of those quotes, Lids.
Oh, well, it's
like
not,
that.
It's not really that special, but...
No, it's not. I did have a year working with Blighty. Very entertaining 12 months. Good man, Malcolm Blighton, former North Melbourne champion. Sherry wins the tap to Zerha, spun in a tackle, gets a handball out right in the middle. Clearance for Essendon. Bouncing ball going after it quickly at half forward is Gresham. And he's going to be pinged, holding the ball. 13 minutes into the fourth, Essendon by 33. First 2 goals of this final term going the way of North. Steve in North Perth. Hey, gents. Mick Malthouse in his Eagles days. The ox is slow, but the earth is patient. Can you ask him what he meant the next time you see him?
There you go. There's a challenge for you, Benny. Stevenson works it up to Zerha, who kicks towards Pink at the top of the 50. Gives the hand pass back to Zerha. He runs into a dead end, gives it to Wardlaw. He runs into Davey Jr. Gone. As he got a hand pass away, but it was too late. And Davey Jr. is letting him know about it with the support of Jai Caldwell with the tackle. Bombers by 33 points. 13 minutes gone, final term. Davey Jr. kicks up towards Redmond on the wing. McDonald comes from the other direction, spills out to Nick Martin, gathers a loose footy, cuts back on the inside, kicks a wobbly kick inside 50. Stringer coming from a long way back, tries to pressure Core, spills out to Powell, bounces off Stringer, straight into Merritt, who lays the tackle 50 metres out from the Bombers' goal.
Oh, I never knew what Mick meant, but I think I worked it out the other week, which I'll explain in a moment. Essendon by 33, ball up half forward for the Dons. Shields pinches it, kicks to half forward. Larkey diving in the middle of the ground, can't take the mark, spills out to Gresham. Essendon go forward, handball to Caldwell, handball to Merritt, picks up on the half volley, tries to fend off, gets rid of it. Wardlaw attacking it, coming through quickly. Heppel, handball away towards Caldwell. Out to Hobbs on the wing, kicks to half forward, and Wright can mark. Wide out at right half forward. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Goes into the pocket looking for Langford, out of bounds on the full. And Core will get it. So Mick Malthouse was asked on AFL Saturday what he thought about Draper's comments and how he'd react if an opposition player said that about his team.
Yep.
And he said, I'd say I have no comment, but I have a long memory. And I thought that might be similar to the earth is slow, but the ox is slow, but the earth is patient.
In other words, look out, Sam Draper next time they play.
Yep.
I won't forget, Tucker switches it across the defensive line to Fisher, who gets involved on a couple of occasions, receives it from Scott, kicks up the wing looking for Dersma, in from the side, Kelly gets a fist to it and spoils it out of play. A boundary throw in. So did you say Chris Scott was the coach you would like to have played under?
Well, if you're picking one now, who's currently a coach, yeah.
You don't like Chris Scott, Clinton?
No, I'm just curious.
I tried just going to tell him
whether there might have been a possibility of you ending up at Cardinia Park.
I tried, yeah.
Left the Tigers?
When they sacked me and took Zach instead.
Right, okay, I didn't get that was what you were alluding to. As Sherry lays the tackle, but it was over the shoulder, and Archie Perkins will take the free kick centre wing.
Perkins, know where he likes initially, gets around his man Taylor in the end and kicks a high ball to half forward. Comben coming out, slips through his fingers, he'll get a free kick. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport.
It's Langford's numbers today. Just the 5, hasn't kicked a goal. Aidan Core's done a damn good job on him today. He's been a hot man down there in that forward line.
Comben goes laterally and overshoots his target in young Will Dawson, out of play off the fingertips. Throwing to come Shinboner number 1064, pick 22. Will Dawson. Brendan in Hobart says, do Malcolm Blight and David Pittman still exchange Xmas cards from the infamous Pathetic Pittman episode, where he labelled his own player's performance pathetic?
Throwing back in, Sherry tries to take it out of the ruck, it spills away of Shields, can't get a hand pass away. Perkins' hand pass looking for Martin. Zerha gets it forward for the Roos. Kelly races onto the loose footy. Centre wing, hand pass to Merritt for the Bombers. Around the boundary line to Sardis. Good hand pass inboard to Perkins. Opens up for Kelly. Looks inside 50. Langford and Core. It clears. Was Langford taken high? No play on Sakul. Spills to Comben. Gets the hand pass back to Fisher under enormous pressure. Kicks a clearing ball. It bounces in front of Ford and Martin. Eventually clears all the way back to Sardis at half forward. Hand pass inboard to Martin. To McGrath. Swings onto the right boot. He blazes away. Nothing but Kangaroos inside the attacking 50. And Scott takes the mark for the Roos and chips it out to Tucker in the left back pocket.
Nothing he likes. He'll go back to fullback in Comben, who's been a real find for North Melbourne this year. Moves it on to Dawson. Room to run in the back pocket. Kicks up to the wing. A good kick for Shields. As Sherry on. Looks further afield. Kicks in the Dersma direction. Marks at high half forward. 60 metres out. Nothing he likes initially. Zerha offering a lead to the pocket. He'll chip it in that direction. Good kick. And Bull Zerha comes up to mark 40 metres out. 10 in from the boundary line in the right forward pocket.
It was good patience by Dersma. Felt he probably missed Cam Zerha going into that pocket initially. Didn't feel like the kick was on, but then just waited for him to double back. Little tick lead. Come back up at the kicker. Nice touch.
Cam Zerha on the trot in approach. He misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. So the Dons in their back pocket lead by 33 points, 18 minutes into the fourth.
Mason Redmond brings the Bombers back into play. Long towards Goldstein and Sherry. Goldstein got a fist onto it, gained a good 15 metres. But Sheasel gathers between wing and half back. Hand pass to Luke McDonald. Chips it into the middle of the ground. Scott dropped the mark. Perkins onto it. Hand pass to Hobbs. Great follow-up tackle. And Sheasel got him, holding the footy. He'll win the free kick at the back edge of the centre square. Essendon leading by 33 points. Harry Sheasel gathers the footy. Possession number 30 coming out for him once more. Nick Martin leads the way with 25 for the Bombers, 26 to Zach Fisher and 24 for Luke Davies-Uniacke. It's out to Wardlaw, who takes the mark, having received it from Charlie Comben. Looks like a good find, Lids, across half-back, intercept mark.
Yep.
Finally, his body is played.
Yeah, that's the big key, I think, Clinchy.
Career best, finally up to 7 games, which is an equal career best for him. Down pass from Curtis is picked off by Hine for the Bombers. He runs the wing, takes a bounce audaciously, chips it up to Gresham at left half forward. Powell off his chase. He kicks long towards the goal square. Langford and Core, it clears the two. Langford trying to get a boot to it. Core rushes it through. Great desperate defending once more. 34 points the Bombers lead, with the only 2 goals in his final term coming the way of the Kangas. 20 minutes gone.
He's a perfect matchup core for Langford. Very similar height, similar speed. Core having to play out of his weight division a hell of a lot this year.
Roos work it to left half back. Fisher, little dink kick. Short to McDonald, who does the same. Davies-Uniacke has to pick it up off the deck. He'll kick back inside defensive 50, right arriving. Spoils it down. Clutters into his opponent. Martin comes up with it. Now Fisher gets involved to break it up. Shovels out a handball. Core does well again. Wins it back for the Roos. Handball to Scott. Handball to Shield. Now Powell running through D50. Gets it back to Scott. Up around the logo. Handball off to Shields again. Sweeps out a handball. Curtis Taylor fumbles it and under pressure takes it out. So throw it on the wing. Essendon by 34. G'day, Grant and Hobart. Coaches, our assistant coach at South Hobart Primary School in 1982 was none other than Chris Fagan. Fantastic bloke. We lost 1 game. Fags.
Knew what he was on about.
There you go. He'd be a good guy to play under as well. Goldstein wins down the tap for the Bombers, but it's Powell who read it best. Gathers for the Kangaroos, kicks up towards Larkey. It just drops in front of him and Ben Mackay. Foot races on, charge again. Tucker gets there first. Open goal square, hits the post. Slams it into the right goal post at full speed. Just couldn't quite control it. And the chance goes begging. 32 points as the Bombers lead. Meanwhile, at the Adelaide Oval, we'll take you next. It's Hawthorn have started fast against Yaltapolti. 4-1-25. To the power one behind.
Wow, they like it over there in Adelaide. Hawthorn ran Collingwood deep in their game over there. The kick up to the wing, punched away by Sheasel, loose footy on the wing. Picking it up, Martin, handball away towards Guelphy. He'll kick for a leading right. Right there with him, here's Comben, and he punches it away. And they have a little wrestle. Could potentially go on his podcast. 2 metre Peter, he's 200 plus.
Yep.
Charlie Comben not too happy with some of the treatment. Essendon by 33 points, 22 minutes into the fourth. Brett Delidio, Zach Tui, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron and Rory Campbell bringing you the action.
Do you have a podcast, Zach?
No, I'm not on the podcast train at the minute. Dylan Friends, maybe.
Don't forget, of course, the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. That's a good one to listen to with Catherine Murphy and Paul Roos as Sardis gathers, kicks inside 50. A chance for Langford. He's outnumbered, though, 2-on-1. McDonald dropped the mark. Core did all the work. Wright keeps it alive, taps it to his own advantage. Ran into Comben. It spills out to Langford. It might be a free kick too high, and it might be Peter Wright's shot at goal. has 4 this afternoon and a chance to kick his 5th.
Well, I'm not sure that was probably the follow-up, but it was called by a different umpire. As he was about to run in and launch at that ball, he's been completely blocked by Comben. The umpire looked at it, Pete looked at him, and was like, "What? I'm sure I'm allowed to have a run at the footy." Missed that one, but a follow-up gets his chance to kick his 5th. He's had a good day.
The Bombers looking for their first goal of the final term at the 23-minute mark. Peter Wright a chance for his 5th. Out to the right. He comes in and misses to the right-hand side. His first Blanton, a second. 4-2 for the afternoon for Peter Wright. The Bombers lead by 34 points. Crowd posted at 43,125.
Short kick into the pocket. Sheasel takes it, then kicks up towards half-back. It's soccered back inside 50 for the Dons. And Langford, fortuitously playing in front, slides into mark. Just a boot out of congestion from Andy McGrath.
Poor old Apple's core, his head nearly snapped off. He put it back that far. He couldn't believe that. He's done such a good job all day today. To have one socket off the ground just out of congestion and have it land on your opponent's chest, stiff.
Hasn't been his day, Kyle Langford. Won the goal kicking at Essendon last year. Can he have a moment late? He can. Something for Kyle Langford. Essendon out by 40. 16-10, 106. Plays 10-6, 66. 24 minutes into the 4th. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Zach Tui, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, look, Essendon kind of doing what they have to do at this stage. They're continuing on their good form. I don't think many people had them sitting where they currently are in the ladder. Just about got the job done today. Really, North have been exceptional at times, but there's a gulf between these two teams and where they're at in their development. And right now, Essendon just somewhat in cruise control, I think, to the finish line.
Kyle Langford on the board, so 4 behind in the race for the Coleman medal behind Charlie Curnow and Ben King.
Surprising that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Goal number 25 for the season. That's one of the great parts of our game, though. All different shapes and sizes can loom as full forwards as Goldstein wins down the tap. Curtis having a run in the middle, can't knock it away. McGrath's in there for the Bombers. Stringer gets a hand pass out to Merritt, shovels a hand pass forward.
Yeah,
was a
thank
throw.
you. I'm glad he saw that. That was as blatant as they come. He is sharp with his hands. Don't get me wrong, Clinchy, but please.
Did say shovel because I wasn't sure there was a hand pass there, but in the end, the umpire was right onto it, and Liam Shields will take the free kick for the Kangaroos. Of course, he's a development coach in his 16th year. The Premiership Hawk kicks inside 50. Redmond dropped the mark. A chance to Davies Uniac over the footy. Knocks it out to Larkey. Through traffic to Stevenson. Trying to find a way around Redmond. Cuts back inboard. Miss Powell. Hand pass to Scott. Back to Stevenson. Still 50 out from goal. Swings towards goal. Goes himself. Curtis tries to fly. Can't take the mark. And good work from Ben Mackay. He takes it millimetres out from goal. The former Roo with the last laugh.
Hawthorn leading by 19 points over Yardapulti. We take you to that game at the conclusion of this one. He's going for a little run is McGrath. Kicking long around the city wing. Right can't mark. Arriving Langford. Gets a handball out. North have the numbers. Picking it up Tucker. Oh, got the speed wobble. Stumbled over. And Alwyn Davey Jr. Langford rather has got him as high. So free kick going to Tucker. Backward of the wing. City side of the ground. 40 points Essendon's lead. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Still 2 more games to come after this.
Eagles and the Demons to close out week 1 of Sudan. Nichols, of course, next week, Thursday night, the Bulldogs and the Swans. So McDonald takes it across half-back, works it out to Scott, who marks it right half-back. Bombers by 40 points. Scott comes inboard, returns it to McDonald, and they're chipping it across the half-back line. As Fisher gets it for a second time and inboard and finds forward. Chips it to Taylor. Back into the centre square, racking up the disposals. Over the top to Sheasel. Just past halfway now. Henry Sheasel, position number 32 coming up, leading the way. As he looks inboard and then decides to just drive it long in the direction of Larkey. In a tangle with Ben Mackay. Zerha sets himself off the hands of Sardis. It gathers now. Hand pass back towards Redmond. It rolls towards the boundary line. And out of play in the right forward pocket. And a boundary throw in the dying stages.
Essendon leading by 40 points late in this game. The umpire brings it back in. Essendon do the business, and what they were meant to over North, they win by 40 points to keep their season rolling.
Up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
So things continue to look up for Essendon. They move to clear second on the AFL ladder with the 7th win of the season, 7.5 wins from their 10 games. And the way they did it, they led by 12 points at quarter time, 7 points at half time, 45 points at three-quarter time, and in the end a comfortable 40-point lead to see them, as I said, sitting second.
See the Bombers fly up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
This is a new Essendon. A little bit of trust is beginning to develop. They win by 40 points, 16-10, 106 over North, 10-6, 66. Our experts, Brett Delidio and Zach Tui, how did they do it?
Well, they did it convincingly in the end, to be honest, Benny. It was times there where North really challenged them, but the class stood out, I think, in the end. Their ability to find targets, step through traffic, get it into their big key forwards. Peter Wright obviously had a day out. Langford was well held today, but they found enough avenues to goal and got the job done, and probably what we thought coming into the game. You know, maybe I thought it was going to be a little bit more lopsided than what it was, but you know, I think we've got to pay a little bit of credit to the fight that North Melbourne put in there, but that trust that you talk about, Benny, their ability, Essendon, to get the job done and solidify themselves inside the top four, I think that's something that we should all be talking about.
Yeah, very, very impressive. What was the main thing that stood out for you today, Zach, that Essendon were able to do?
Yeah, look, in the first half when it felt as though Essendon weren't playing their best and maybe North were having some purple patches, they stood up really well, they held up well when North did lock it inside their forward half and were able to kind of arrest their strength, which was centre bounce, which was, winning it in that kind of contested setting and getting it forward. And once they kind of leveled the playing field in that area of the game, it just felt as though the class really became more and more obvious as the game went on. And I must admit, I was impressed that North held on like they did in the last quarter. Yep. When you're at their stage of development, it's easy for heads to drop. So I'm not writing them off completely. I think there was signs of growth today, but Essendon are where they are for a reason, and they're proven to be one of the better sides in the competition this year.
Can you see a win somewhere in this season for North? I think it's a
hard one to tip. It's a hard one to tip, but it's going to come along. It does every year. It just seems like it's really difficult for them to maintain it for 4 quarters now, which it's a long game of footy, and you can't really have 15-20 minute patches where you let teams kick 5, 6, 7 goals. So it'll come along, but yeah, it's a hard one to tip right now.
You would think at some point, surely they'll be able to trip up some team, but they do look like there's
Richmond,
a little bit of
round
work.
21.
Round 20. Imagine if they're got the duck egg heading into the match against Richmond. That would be something, wouldn't it?
It would be, and look, I mean, from a pure neutral standpoint, you can probably see that almost occurring, but little wins, and that's what it's got to be about, I think, for North Melbourne. Their ability just to celebrate some good passages of play that they had today, their ability to not get blown out of the water. I think that's really good for North as their young players. And I know you said talking about close games and those importance. Winning habits, I think, are more important than any close games, and just being able to execute under pressure for longer. What Zach was alluding to is not have those lapses that just allow 4, 5, 6 goals in a row to be banged on. then when you're not under pressure, being able to just execute, just hit a target, make it easier for your teammate to mark it and make his decision. But too often you see a handball fall short or a kick just go over the top, which then puts the whole team under pressure.
It feels very fundamental, doesn't it? Like it is fundamental errors, those skill errors, the handballs that miss or the kicks that miss for the Roos. So I don't know how much Clarko can do about that.
Well, it's time spent, isn't it, essentially? And, yes, the better players that you have, the better their ability to execute under pressure is, but that's on, every player to want to get better and to try and be better every minute that they're in at that club. And they'll tell us that they are, and they're working their backside off and whatever else. But until we see, the proof, it's hard to question. I mean, it's hard not to question.
Yeah, it's all kind of tied in. Like once North develop physically and start getting whatever their game style or identity is, once they start nailing that for longer periods of time, skills actually become easier. You spend less time chasing the footy, less time running defensively, and it kind of everything rises all at once. So it's never just one thing. But the longer they can stay competitive in games, the more impressive their skills will look. Those big lapses where teams put 5 or 6 goals on, the skills will look terrible.
And that was more spirited today. They lost by 40 points, but they got within 14 points in the third quarter.
Yep.
Essendon kicked 8 goals to 2 in the third. They opened up a gap. It's a clear class gap between the two sides, but when you look at the clearances, they had a real day out, the Kangas, 42 to 28. So are they the things that Alistair Clarkson is going in there and going, it can't be just all about wins and losses when you're 0-10 to start the season. These are the things that are real and what we can see in terms of the progression of this group.
Little wins, and that's what it's got to be. It's got to be about that. Was it the second quarter that they won? Is that the one?
Yeah, they won the second term.
Yep.
Let's head downstairs into the Essendon rooms, and Rory Campbell, they shouldn't be far away, the Dons.
Yeah, just making their way in now. There's a good, healthy spattering of family and loved ones all waiting here to cheer them on. You get the impression that this is maybe one that's a bit business-like for this Bombers side. Hopefully some consistency this year as they make their way towards September action. They're just forming up into the circle now. Plenty of smiles, no one making their way into the middle of the circle at this stage. Here we go.
Essendon singing their song down in the rooms. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes before we send you off to Yarrapulti and Hawthorn. The score in that game, try this on for size, 6-2, plays 1-1. So Hawthorn lead by 31 points.
Who are the goal
at
kickers?
Quarter time. Blake Hardwick has kicked 4 first quarter goals.
Yeah.
Dimmer has been swung forward, and he did that in Adelaide for the first time. It was against Collingwood in Gather Round, where final quarter they swung him forward and he looked like Wayne Carey.
Drafted as a forward.
Yeah, he was.
Mind you.
He actually, believe it or not, won their TAC goal kicking ahead of Harry Mackay and also Charlie Curnow.
Beautiful kick of the footy.
Good record, isn't it?
Yep.
Kangas actually have Port Adelaide next week down in Tassie as the early fixture on Saturday. I assume we're going to have kick to kick for the fans at Dockland.
Looks
enough
like
security out there, Lids?
Nah, not quite.
Covering the centre square.
A few more if we can. Yep.
I did learn in the Gold Coast the other day. Let's go down into the rooms quickly.
Yeah, I'm just here with Peter Wright, guys, leading goal kicker on the ground today. Peter, it felt like that was a difficult one out there, even though these guys haven't won a game.
Yeah, it was. I think they played with great energy tonight. They were really good in the contest. They got on top of us early and we had to really lift our level. So credit to them. But I feel like, that third quarter we got the game more in our terms. We were clean with the ball and got on top around the contest a little bit more. But, they're putting a real strong effort in and I don't think there's any bad sides in footy. Everyone's hard to beat, so it was good to come over the 4 points.
I'll throw you to the team upstairs. We've got Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Brett Deledio and Zach Toohey.
Pete, let's hear, mate. I'm impressed with your hands today, mate. You had the debutant in Big Will Dawson on you today, mate. But you put up a good fight, but, geez, your hands were good and your boots were on, mate. You're kicking really well.
A little bit hit and miss.
The last two were no good, mate. Yeah, before that, you were pure.
Leant back on a couple, I think, under fatigue. So, he was really, I guess, challenging to play on. He was quite physical off the ball and made us earn our kicks, which was, good for him. And I'm sure the start of a long career. But I feel like at times we were able to get that clean ball movement ahead of the ball and we got some good looks, but as I said, they were quite scrappy and made it hard for us.
Mate, what was the message at half-time? You guys were reasonably level, but was it just, well, let's get back to what we know, what we've got to do, or was it no panic stations, I couldn't imagine?
No, it wasn't panic stations. I think we talk a lot about playing our processes and our system, and it was pleasing that third quarter. It kind of clicked a little bit more. Probably disappointing with how we finished up the game, but it's all about controlling what we can. We knew they were going to come up with a good fight. We definitely weren't taking them lightly. We wanted to play our brand of footy, and we weren't able to do that for times, which was a credit to them. But half time was back to the process, be stronger around the ball, and get it forward quickly.
Pete, it's not you, it's us. We've got to send people off to the Power and also Hawks game, so we'll let you go nice and quickly here. Appreciate your time.
No, thanks guys, cheers.
There is Peter Wright downstairs. Lids,
yeah,
the votes very quickly before we go.
Cheapers. All right, I'm going to give 1 to Nick Mutton. I thought he was pretty good today, 27. 2 to Big Peter Wright, kick 5. 4-2, sorry. And 3, I'm going to give it to Jai Caldwell. I thought he was really tough in and under, 25, 9 score involvements. I love my score involvements. Thought he did it all today. Which
good on you, Lids. Just looking after your old GWS teammates. Great to see you as always, Lids.
Yeah, pleasure.
A real treat. Zach Toohey, lots of love for you. Fantastic to have you in again on a Sunday afternoon. Hopefully the Cats can get rolling. Big thank you to you, Clinchy, to Stu Hollywood-Baker, to Rory Campbell, to Lauren Borden as well, to all of you. But the footy rolls on here on ABC Sport. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. We've still got 2 games to come. It is quarter time in the match between Yardapulti and also Hawthorn. Hawthorn leading by 31 points. We're about to send you to that match at the Adelaide Oval. But here, it was Essendon winning by 40 points, 16-10-106 to 10-6-66. They moved to outright second on the ladder. We're saying goodbye from Docklands.